doing work, but not quite enough. Sora falls to Vinci, and it's all over. Hyperion 5 again solidifying their position with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I have to say, I don't think we've actually seen Hyperion 5 just yet. Play it slow. And whether that's good or bad, I'm not sure. But
I mean, they tried like once or twice. It just didn't work very well.
Yeah, but it's just like their style so far has been run and gun, and that's something that I love to see. You do need some tempo shifting, some variance in there to kind of throw off the rhythm of 15 Kings or whoever's defending. But it's still, I love it, right? Like this is just hard, full court press, 100% of the time, or at least, 70% of the time. And it's working up at the 6-round minimum to give themselves a little bit of a berth.
See, I mean, talk about pace change here for Hyperion. They've really turned up the pace as it's a quick push here towards B. Nothing really when it comes to weaponry to contend with, unfortunately, for 15 Kings. As the right clicks, they are connecting. Extreme, despite missing. I mean, despite missing on the Blade Storm, still able to pick up that kill as everyone just puts their head in their hands and is sad in that engagement.
Yeah, just a little bit, and that's gonna be the pistols really flipping some kills. Extreme goes ahead, picks up a 3K, Ram follows it up with Quiche, and that's gonna be round 7 for Hyperion, right? Yeah, and there's a very big difference between 7-5 and 8-4, right? Remember, it's something of a ping pong theory in terms of what rounds are tossed back and forth, and so you. With a 7-5, you can get away with a little bit more. I think it's technically, if you run it out, it's like 3 rounds where you get hard resets. Whereas in an 8-4 situation, you only really have 2 to work with, right? And so 7-5, you want to end on the score. 15 Kings want to be able to set up on that point, and be able to give themselves that safety net that is going to allow them to take over potentially that game. And that's one way to do it. Start off with a showstopper. Over there, that is going to be the Rays picking up a single kill, and Kane going ahead taking out the wall. Try and trade it out. Heesh goes ahead, takes Devo.
Yeah, so eventually that trade is there, but again, where 1 for 1. Kane comes back through and looks for more. A double kill for Kane, and it's just the Hunter's Fury remaining. That Hunter's Fury is short-lived, though, as it's Sora and Severe to pinch out the final player.
Yep. And now you have a really good set of rounds, right? Like I said, 7-5 better than 8-4, right? You can afford to definitely give up the pistol round if you can't. If obviously you just hard lose it, and it's okay, right? You have an extra 2, which would equal 4 total rounds, in my opinion, that you can really work with. So gives yourself a little bit of time. And now on the attacking side, now they have that opportunity to really prep and get ready. And now I want to see what 15 Kings can do on that attacking side. They are the ones that are going to set the tempo. So far, it's been Hyperion pretty much pushing to win. If 15 Kings decide to slow it down, I'm curious to see how Hyperion 5 will respond.
Okay.
I am indeed. I think that they're in a good position here for 15 Kings at the very least to make a response early. If they get the pistol round right, you're right back into it. That's okay.
That is one way to do it.
That's a statement. Extreme, see you later, dude.
Without the operator, doesn't really have feels like much options, but Sora goes ahead, takes out the mirrored Viper, and now it's straight up into a 3v5 situation. 15 Kings rotating through. He doesn't spot it, check the corner, but had to double take. So Devo gets a very nice headshot execution. Now it's just the Phoenix and the Sova waiting on the edges. And I mean, they got a lot of work to put into this defense.
I mean, a lot of work is maybe an understatement.
Oh!
No, dude, that's so outrageous. Severe is absolutely nasty with that thing right now, man. Oh, I love to see it. Oh, those shots just make me happy, Orbital. They make me happy. I have a grin from ear to ear right now.
Those are the meanest peaks I've ever seen out of someone with a pistol, I think. Fantastic job by Severe to pick up that 3K and just crush it here. Now up 6-7. They are going to have an opportunity here. Again, they have the potential play to tie it up completely.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. So like I was talking about, you win that pistol round, you're right back into this, man. Like it's not even a problem. You deny that 8-4 that I was talking about, and on top of that, you put yourself in position to just tie the game right up as you get into the first gun round. So this is just a matter of, you know, not letting things get out of hand for 15 Kings. You know, a kill is fine, but more than 1 or 2, the 15 Kings need to be worrying, but it looks like that worry is certainly not needed.
Yeah, and that's just 15 Kings going ahead and saying, yeah, we're taking back over. Sorry, guys. We know we have the gun advantage. We know we're going to rush in, and that's just going to be the rounds kicking off. Sora goes ahead, sprays down Extreme, and that, yeah, that's double flawless rounds in a row. 15 Kings showing why they are the Kings.
I like it. I like it a lot. Hyperion, now they have their chance. This is their opportunity to make the response, and it's against not ideal weaponry. You've got Spectres, a Judge for Devo, though in fairness, Devo just gets kills with that Judge no matter what. So is it really a negative for him? You can argue.
With how often you don't check corners sometimes, yeah, the Judge is going to do some work, and I mean, this is expected, right? You don't want to spend the econ just to upgrade your guns. Once again, that's just kind of a waste, so just go in with the SMGs, give up the round. That's all cool and dandy. However, we got to see if the shots can connect from Hyperion. They are the ones on the defense, and this is calling for a full A rotate here. It's a little bit of a creeping sensation, though. We do see this over on B, trying to play the lurker position just in case there's another rotate coming through, but that's going to be the wall going up from the Viper.
Well, in Hyperion, they know that the Devo is here. They know that this is a possibility, but he can't get more aggressive because of the weaponry. The Wear certainly can, and that weaponry not a problem. Follow up even better. Sir Q falls, and this is looking devastating for the Hyperion 5 side of things, as they are now down 2 players as the spike gets planted, and there's not a lot for them to get back in here.
Oh, and this is why I was talking about how the attackers set the pace. If you are a team, you should know that attackers are dictating the pace, when to peek, when to show, and that shows it right there. We're picking up 2 when really it feels like it shouldn't happen. So well done, and you can actually see a full concede here from Hyperion 5. They say, look, we are not going to win this. We need to save the guns, which I also think is the rightful call, because again, 15 Kings won this off of SMGs.
Yeah, I mean, 15 Kings economy is going to be going gangbusters right now. No inflation over there, I'll tell you what. But on top of it, I'm really glad that Hyperion have decided to do that save. I was going to say it, but I didn't mention it. As soon as the site was taken, I was kind of like, this is just a save call, folks. Like, I think it's just over for these guys, and I think that they didn't think so initially, and then reality sort of set in, and they're like, yeah, no. This is a difficult retake.
Yeah, and to be able to make that call shows that Hyperion 5 still have a lot of practice under the belt, right? It's very difficult to make a call like that with 3 members still alive, right? You're sitting there, you're like, hey, I have the opportunity, I can try and make it happen. Let's go for it, and then you end up losing the econ. But in these high pressure situations, especially with the game so close, you have to worry about that. And Devo again, the Judge. Oh, he gets
oh my gosh. Stop this man, someone. He's a menace. Devo, outrageous plays. Nice shots from Ram, though, to fight one back. This might not be over just yet, as Hyperion 5 have gotten a nice opening, and Benji follows up. Devo looking for more, but this time unsuccessful, as Benji and Heish both pick up kills, leaving just Astra alive and rotating to B.
Yep, Severe goes ahead and gets the plan down, so that'll be a little bit econ right back, but Might have to give this one up. Does have a Vandal, so has an opportunity. Goes ahead, places down some stars to mess with, and let's see. It's gonna make its magic. Out goes a recon bolt. Ish and the rest of the squad are rolling in pretty dang quick. A little bit of a walk, might be able to find someone. Severe going ahead, peeking around the corner, finds one on top of the box, gets one, possibly gets two with the snap, trying to find it, and the Phoenix now has to be worried. Benji gets the headshot. That could have been disaster. Severe doing just about everything that they can, but of course Benji gets the defuse.
Man, talk about a close round right there. Nicely done there by Hyperion, and look at what that does, right? You think about it. That round can't happen if they don't make that intelligent save decision in the prior. You have to think about this game as more than just individual rounds. It's all connected. And I think Hyperion doing a perfect job of showing why you want to be careful of those 3v5 retakes, and just think about how often do you win those. I saw there was a Reddit graphic a couple weeks ago, and the percentage victories for ones like that are really low. And that's just something you need to keep in mind.
Yeah, always keeping that in mind, as we do see Sir Q going ahead and laying down a little bit of wall and traps, trying to stave off any potential push. Again, the slow play coming out of 15 Kings, really hoping that someone decides to lurk, but the running back was already sniped out, so that is going to be a big ticket. Ultimate not using Devo. Goes ahead and finds Extreme. Extreme so far has had a little bit of trouble on this defensive side, trying to get some picks. It's going to run it down. Where going ahead and making it a 3v5. And so far, 15 Kings once again back in the driver's seat.
Oh, indeed they are. And well, that driver's seat is continuing to be where they like to sit. It's 15 Kings just as soon as Hyperion have a good round, man. 15 Kings is like, hey guys, we still exist. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. As it is just 2 players versus 5, though each does find one.
Yeah, that's one is all you need really at this point, because the spike is down and might not be able to get it, as that's going to be the Sova left. Heesh is just like, well, all right, guys, what do I do here? I have a Phantom and a Dream. Gets one. Don't call it a comeback. Yeah, definitely not a comeback.
Dude, he's just got to be feeling so bad, right? Because he gets that 1 kill in hookah, or not in hookah, my apologies, in lamps, and then immediately there is a snake bite, a gravity well, a 2 guiding lights, and a trailblazer, all coming at his face like nonstop, instantaneously. That's got to be the most terrifying thing ever, man.
It is. It's you are tossed into a pit and told try to survive, and you're like bouncing around, just trying to find a little bit of cover. And amazing that he was able to pick up a frag on that back end. But at this point, it is the complication of the fact that the econ for Hyperion 5 is not in their favor. Right, they are forced into the econ position. Only pistols, a sheriff, heavy armor coming out for Extreme. Like this is not looking pretty. I'm expecting 15 Kings to be able to pick this one up and move it to 10-8.
Well, I mean, that would be the expectation, especially considering if you look at the cash flow. I mean, it's not ideal. And I think that right now, not even really but 1 sheriff being invested, as we are into a bit of a pause. Don't know what the reasoning for the pause is just yet, but regardless, it is a situation where Hyperion, by losing that round right after they won the prior, they put themselves in a really tough situation on accident. It's obviously not a place they wanted to be in, but their money gets reset, and now it's pretty much a free double-digit round for 15 Kings, and even more depending on how the next round goes. You know, you're looking at like basically 1 gun round away from being at match point, and that's just a scary position to be in. If you're Hyperion, you really got to pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be on the back of hopefully some nice ultimates coming out, right? You're 1 away from both the Resurrection and the Blade Storm and Extreme. Honestly, when he's on point, has been able to make some plays. We saw some very good op play. And we also saw, I think it was a right-click kill set, as we do go ahead and realize that there are 2 different views. I love seeing that so much. But yeah, Extreme, I think, has the opportunity to really kick it up for Hyperion 5 and really be able to push that tempo and maybe get the defenses that his team needs.
We'll have to see exactly how that goes. The Trailblazer does blaze a trail. It is a pretty open one, though, as Heesh is sitting in the corner. Sora already taking down the opposing Viper and making that look fairly simple. Nanoswarm clears out the corner, and it is a push looking to go towards B. There's 4 players here committed for the attackers of 15 Kings, and only 2 on the site. And those 2, well, they've got not a whole lot. That alarm bot enough to force Heesh out as well. He's just the sole defender remaining.
Yep, and he's gonna get tagged left and right straight into the gravity well. Looks like Bud was able to stay alive, possibly died. No shot through the wall. Devo is gonna go ahead and find that frag, and 15 Kings go ahead and lay into them on the B site. 10-8 is the score with 4 ultimates going into the 19th round.
Indeed, and that's the other thing that I didn't even mention, right? Like not only is that the double-digit round for the 15 King side of things, not only are Hyperion now in a position where they need to win this gun round, otherwise you're really looking at a match point, but you're up against those 4 ultimates, and you know these aren't bad ultimates either. We got a Viper's Pit online, we got a Showstopper, and a Lockdown. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly tough, and they do have weapons in their hand. Extreme, once again, going back to that operator, like I said, but doesn't have the Blade Storm, so not going to be running with that that ultimate used actually in the last round, I believe. So a little bit unfortunate there. 20 seconds, so go ahead and pass by, and 15 Kings are very content, waiting for that all-important mistake that could occur. We now see a rotate over. 3-2 this time over on A, which I think has been a little bit abnormal. Usually it's B having 3 members. So yeah, it's just swap back and forth. We'll see what 15 Kings decide to do.
I really wanted to see Hyperion make an aggressive play here. They needed to, in my opinion, because of the amount of ultimates that are on board for 15 Kings. If they let them set up an execution on them, I mean, it's just going to be about hitting those shots, and it's going to be very difficult to hit those shots. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, this is very slow, uncharacteristically slow from 15 Kings.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, and I think it's because they know that they can wait and they can do this push and try and make it work. Ram goes ahead, picks up 1. That's going to stall out this aggressive run. That's going to be 30 seconds left on the clock. 15 Kings do need to start making a move somewhere. They want to get into good position. It sounds like the rotate has been called. Another pick coming out. Ram holding down this BA site like a boss. Benji goes ahead, finds one in the crossroads, and now it's a 3-on-1 over here on B. 15K Sora can't find a pick, and Where he's gonna have to sprint over and try and pick up some exit frags.
I mean, Where is just hoping to survive here. And in fairness, the cash is okay, I think, for 15 Kings, but this round so necessary for Hyperion. I talked about it. I mentioned it multiple times on the lead up to this. It is exactly what is necessary, because if Hyperion were to lose that, they would be looking into the barrel of a rough economy, a really tough spot with regard to their being at match point. Like, everything would have been going poorly, but that went about as good as you could have hoped. Big investment. You had the lockdown, the seekers. You also used the showstopper. None of them getting big value orbital, and Hyperion come out with the victory anyway. That's huge.
Oh, it's amazing for them, and honestly, if they can do that one more time, they actually put themselves in a solid position, right? That's going to be a lot of the wallets drained on the side of 15K. So 15K realizing that this might not be the time to drop another round. You do have the Viper Pit. I believe that did go up. So now we get to see what they opt for here. Once again, a slow start, and I'm not sure if I like this. Last time they let it dwindle down to pretty much dire situations, right? You know, yes, you can take a site in 20-25 seconds, but you don't want to force yourself into that position. That's putting you into, you know, running into the enemy team kind of unprepared, and you want at least 30 or 40, in my opinion. So that's gonna be a kick out of the little bit of the drone.
I mean, it's okay to wait that long if you have a set plan, but yeah. 15 Kings didn't have a plan. They just were like, oh, okay, well, it's 20 seconds now, let's just W key into A and off the back of the showstopper, and the showstopper fell, and as does what a shot that was from Devo. Holy cow. Benji's like, what the heck just happened, as his head gets ripped apart.
30
this
seconds
push on
left.
the B might be there, especially as there's no one left on the site to defend orbital.
No one indeed. They're going to go ahead and try and make their way in. A nice little rocket jump means the back is clear. He's going to be the defender. B Hall going to be the last resort, and that's going to throw down the Viper Pit now. Easy plant. Now we're going to see what Hyperion 5 decide to do here. They have the Viper Pit. They have the Resurrection. Will they layer it on top?
That would be an interesting decision. The res does come through, so that does give them the man advantage. That man advantage short-lived though, as Sir Q falls into follow-up from Where. Even better, Sora involved as well, and Where gets a 3K, 2 for Sora as well, making this 15 Kings all the way. That opening onto the site from Devo turned the tide of the round.
Yeah, and here's a scary thing, right? This is now the scariest point for Hyperion 5. If you go into a full buy, you are running with one pistol. That is Heesh right now. He does not have enough creds to be able to pick up an actual rifle. Consequently, if you go with an econ this round or maybe a semi-buy, you run the risk of 15 Kings putting themselves onto game point. Yes, but you'll have a full buy for that final round. So Hyperion 5 had chosen a little bit more of a gamble heavy round, force into a 4-man buy with a 1-man pistol and try and make it work.
Well, I mean, they currently are. Vinci gets that opening, and that's the Viper down. So a lot of that utility, as soon as this wall goes down, like, is really not available there for the offense. But all of that said, the wall, at least for the offensive side of 15 Kings, has mostly been a distraction, I would say, or at least been over at A every round, and so it can be used as a distraction. But right now, they're all over at B. The gravity well is going to not quite force Sir Q out of that position, but it certainly makes them vulnerable and very scared. So still with player advantage, Hyperion are standing here on the B site with a player advantage as well.
Player advantage, and again, they haven't rotated anyone over, which I do have questions about. Hyperion 5 should realize that this is a full man push over here by 15 Kings. I mean, now they're rotating possibly
30 seconds left.
Sage over, but that's gonna be a couple kills. Devo and Where once again closing it out. Hyperion 5 are so slow. Why are you waiting that long?
Oh man, that's so unfortunate because it's just 2 key whiff shots that just should have gone the other direction. Now it's got to be the 2-on-4 retake. The pinch coming in. Hookah one direction, but both kills going the way of Hyperion 5. The follow-up for Ram even better. This could be a victory. There's one player left alive. Has the lockdown. Elects to use it right there. Maybe committing on the defuse though. This could be enough. Trying to push him out. Where with the frag? Following it up. Trying for more, but it's not there. He has the kill, but not the victory. As Hyperion clutch it out.
All right, they proved me wrong. I was wondering why they were slow on that rotate, why they waited so long to get around, but it worked in their favor. They pick up a 3 kills straight on the back end, which was ridiculous. And yes, we did see that that very quick 4K at the very end. Doesn't matter. They got the defuse. That's exactly what they wanted. Now an 11-10 situation. They save their econ. That is the most impressive thing here. And now they can do a full buy once again. Yes, some bulldogs coming out, but hey, you get all the rifles.
I mean, one thing that is quite impressive though is 15 Kings economy has been so very healthy this whole time. They've done a great job of keeping their economy in a solid position, I have to say. So, you know, at least for the 15 Kings side, yeah, they lose that round, but they've still been in a good position to continuously buy back in.
Oh yeah, and that's the scary part, right? 15 Kings, the Kings econ never runs out. You know, they always have the treasury always in their kingdom backed up somewhere.
Just print the money, Smile.
Yeah. Oh geez, we don't talk about that here because yeah. But no, very, very true, and that's all they have to do. So now again, playing it a little bit slow. 3-man stack this time. They 15 Kings understand that B is a little bit weaker side, which I do agree with. If they just push in, this can immediately signal it, possibly get another quick plant.
Right, but if this is just a retake simulator, which is fine for Hyperion 5, then I think that weakness is no longer a particular weakness.
Yes.
As we are seeing the Cosmic Divide come out here, that is going to make it a bit more difficult to swing in. But I don't think, yeah, it's not really going to have that much effect. He's just in a great spot. That said, Kane doing an effective job at shutting down that push and the follow-up is not available for the rest of the team. Extreme dashes in, looks for it, but is unable to connect. And Kane with 3, Severe with 1, and making this look so easy. Ram falls as well, and that is Devo to close the round. 15 Kings hit match point first in flawless fashion.
They open the half with 2 flawless rounds in a row, and I mean, if they end it on 2 flawless rounds in a row, that would be poetic.
I'd be incredible, man. I mean, like, oh, this game's so close as well. I mean, poor Hyperion, they're money. I mean, if you just look at the way the rounds went, they win a round, lose a round, win a round, lose a round. Like, you're never going to be winning that battle if you don't have the economy to bolster that, and they did. Nearly punished right there, though. A Blaze Storm, and it's shut down. Oh, that's brutal. Where? Great shot onto the Jet. And this is maybe the nail in the coffin for Hyperion.
It could be the chance as is going to go ahead, and Keish is going to throw out a little bit of a recon, try and spot where some people are, but nope, the bolt is destroyed very quickly. So 15 Kings definitely don't want to be spotted out, of course, and that's going to be Sir Q. Gonna be finding out that you know, there's a lot of vision denial over here on A site. The pistol. Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry, I had to do it once, but no, Ram with the nice kill. The resurrection as well coming through, but it's immediately denied. Sir Q falls again, and he's wondering what the heck just happened. Though Benji has shots and hits them. Sora trades. It's still 2v2. Damage done to the player who goes through the teleporter, as now it's got to be a quick push, and Ram continues to find everything.
30 seconds
the
left.
plant is available for Sora, but doesn't want to do it quite yet. This is cheeky.
This is actually a really good lurker play, but it might run face first into the problem. Again, the spike hasn't gone down. 15 seconds left. Gonna run into 2. This could be very, very dangerous. Oh, the knife is out. No! Gotta go around the wall and beats 2 to the face. Execution squad set up by Hyperion 5.
So that's just a great example, and I hate to you know, pull you out, Sora, but it's a great example of outplaying yourself in a 1v2. Like, and you know what? It happens to the best of us, but like, you had the plant, take the plant, and just play the 1-on-2. Like, yeah, you look like an absolute genius if Hyperion play it stupidly and over rotate or rotate one player and don't play together, but like, an intelligent team should play that together every single time and wait for the plant. Like, that's just the right play, objectively. And so you got to give, listen, it was 10-12. You got to give this Hyperion squad more credit than what Sora just did. That's all I'm saying.
You do, as we get a lovely shot of I believe a roof. Actually, we do have attack pause coming in here, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the situation, because again, for a first game, I love this so much. We have the potential to go into overtime already, like game 1, match 1, whatever you want to say, straight up just overtime. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is as a tone setter. By the way, we are definitely running to a set here in the background. I'm aware that we're not on a set. I don't know what's happening, but it's fine. It's fine. It looks pretty. There we are. We're back to the sandy streets of Bine. But yeah, no, I mean, back to reality that you were talking about, Orbital. Enough of the shenanigans. You're right. I mean, we're queued up, and if this is what we have for the opening game, God, what a great tournament this is going to be. As I mean, we do have a situation, though, in my opinion, where Hyperion are still very much on the back foot. I mean, look at their buy.
Yeah,
like, they won the round, but their buy is, I mean, horrific at best. I mean, maybe that's a bit of an overstatement. It's certainly not ideal, I'll tell you that much.
Careful now. It's workable at best. It is horrific, I would say, at worst, right? You're working with the SMGs, you're working with very, very limited options. And again, if you win this round, you're still working through 15 Kings wallet. They still have another good full buy, in my opinion, because of their flawless round victories, because a lot of the times when they're winning rounds, they're not losing members. That's the whole point here. And they've done so well. And I have to congratulate 15 Kings for that, and Hyperion 5 for fighting this long. Has been amazing. So it looks like B is going to be the attempted site. They're going to go ahead and try and rotate in, get a couple frags. 15K wanting to peek in, but again, the zoning coming out of Hyperion 5 are keeping them at bay.
Indeed, lots of utility being committed here for both sides, just trying to keep everyone honest. And I mean, listen, Hyperion, Ram, that's a dodgy peak. We saw what happened last time when Devo was on the other end of that. It's definitely can be deadly. But that said, that B hit you were talking about, it is still looking to be there, but right now, just trying to force a rotation, and a rotation was there. Hyperion put one player, that's the Viper, back around the corner, and Ware takes the opening crack. Benji falls without finding anything. Ram gets tagged down and has to heal up, so gets out. Sora does well onto the Viper and makes this a 3-on-5.
Spike planted.
3-on-5 here, and the spike is going to go down, and now it's going to be Kane playing the lurker inside of the site. All four start rotating back into B long and are looking for a little bit of a long flank as well. They're going to try and hold down the bot of this site and be able to catch Hyperion 5 on the rotate. So question marks, Hyperion 5 very aware of this. He gets shot in the back. That's exactly what Kane's positioning was for. The lurker no one expected. Kane picks up 3 to go ahead and end this game.
No overtime for us, Orbital, but 15 Kings do take the opening game of the 15 Kings Invitational. Fitting, you have to say, though. I think Hyperion 5, boy, did they put up a fight. I mean, it was a really solid performance from them. I think that if you're Hyperion, you really can't walk away with any regrets on that one, and especially since, I mean, Devo had such an incredible performance there, sitting at 27 and 15, Orbital, that I kind of think that no matter what happens, if you got Devo doing that and some underperformances that were happening on the Hyperion side, at least when it comes to the frag department, I think that you have to admit that this is a pretty solid outcome.
Yeah, and I want to also talk about a little bit, and I want to give props, right? Devo put in so much work, 27, like you said, but where Kane and Severe all came out with massive doubles and triples, right? These were quality kills that came out in such grand fashion. Specifically where at multiple points throughout some of these rounds, getting double kills in hype situations, which immediately turned the tides of battle, and Kane having that little seeker, right, in that final round, peeking out and picking up a 3K to end it. And then Severe at the very, at I think the opening pistol round, dropped 3 out of nowhere to start King's kind of run back into this game. And then, of course, nothing wrong with talking about the Viper, right? Beautiful pits going around, making sure to kind of negate some of the rounds. 15 Kings had that map on lock in such commanding fashion. And I have to give them props. Hyperion 5 had nothing to be ashamed of for the loss. They played against a great team.
Yeah, they did. Really, really solid squad. But all of that being said, it is going to be time for us to take a short little break. We are going to get our next matchup prepared. Remember, we got group stage going on here. Lots of awesome stuff happening, and at least 2 more games here on the group stage before we hit the round of 16 and quarterfinals today. Lots more to play. So don't go anywhere. We'll return here in just a couple of minutes with more of the 15 Kings Invitational.
invincible.
Alrighty, after a short little break, we have returned with more of the 15 Kings Invitational presented here by GLG. I am Vincent, joined by Orbital once again, and we have our second matchup prepped and ready to go. It's going to be Team Singularity matching up against Ravens Esports, and this is an interesting one because this is a 1-0 team in Team Singularity going up against an 0-1 team in Ravens. So, I mean, this might be a bit more one-sided, Orbital. What do you think?
I don't trust any of the first games. Again, this is playing for all the marbles. And if game one was any indication, past rankings, past history, don't matter. It's what you bring to the map this time around, what you bring to the Valorant squad right up here. And I mean, yes, they fell once. Big question, is that going to affect their mental? How hard was that fight? You know, what was the score? We don't know that off the top of our head. So Ravens Esports saying, all right, cool, let's go ahead. Let's bring it up. Team Singularity, of course, saying, well, if we win one more, we're a shoe-in for the playoffs, right? Like, there's no way that they can drop down below second. It's, I think physically and you know, in the stats, not possible. So this is their chance. This is their chance to punch it. They don't have to worry about that third game. They can play for fun, or if they want to, you know, 3-0, which personally I would go for. But still, Ravens Esports, they may be down 0-1. I still can't wait to see what they can do here on Ascent.
Yeah, and well, it is going to be Ascent that we get into. And I mean, listen, Team Singularity, I'm not with you. I think I'm fully out of that one. I think that the past does matter. This Team Singularity side are an incredible CIS team. The Russian side coming through, and I mean, they won, or were third, fourth in CIS Challengers 1. They played in the first Masters in the CIS region. They ended up losing to Gambit and Crow Crowd, who they also lost to in the Challengers 1 this past time around. So, like, if you want to get right down to it, they're a team that is losing to some of the best in EU. And to me, that's just not what we see here for Ravens Esports. But I hope they can come out and prove me wrong. They certainly could, but either way, I think Singularity probably take this in pretty dominant fashion.
You know, I agree with you. I just wanted to try and throw some benefit over there, right? You want to try and give something over, but you're 100% correct, right? We try and buff it up as best we can, but it is a David versus Goliath matchup. And again, Ravens Esports are on the attacking side first, so they might have an attempt, a possibility to be the trendsetter, right, for this second match of their group. We are taking a look at seeing some of the agents that will be played. Of course, we do see the Omen as well as the Sage, and pretty standard, right, out of Singularity. However, on the flip side, we do see the Astra. Astra had, I want to say, a tentatively good match in game one. The gravity wells were amazing, right? Like, some of these abilities were great to be used. However, I want to see Paclau be able to do the same here in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a fairly standard composition from Singularity, and that they play this most often on this map. One thing that we don't see, they do occasionally pull out that breach, but it's not here. And the interesting part about it is that I think that calling this meta is maybe unfair now, because I don't think that the Omen is meta anymore. Like, I really think the Astra has taken that position on this map in particular. At least that's the feel I get. Now, not that the Omen is bad per se, like, that's not at all what I'm saying. It's just that we've been seeing the Astra, and like you were talking about, the gravity wells, if the gravity wells are on point, then it's so difficult to deal with.
Yeah. However, I rarely see them utilized or followed up with. I guess is the best way to say, because they sometimes are in just very inopportune areas, right? Yes, you catch one, but it's usually with two other members flipping around the backside. So it's like you can't really get to that person in the singularity, right? So I do want to see it utilized to an even higher potential, and I think that will be very fun to see. However, of course, we do get to wait and see here. 5 seconds left before we do get underway. We do see a couple ghosts coming out, a couple nice little pistols with a couple frenzies as well. But Singularity going straight for the classics, the triple classic, and then 2 ghosts. Might be laying down a lot of pain here in round 1.
That recon bolt not getting a whole lot of information for Team Singularity as they get the info and it's an immediate fall back. Lots of stars pushed out right there, and well, the net information and positioning. The wall goes up in order to defend that B area, and the rest of the attackers fall back in response. All that said, though, it's not a whole lot of positioning gained for the Ravens esports side of things just yet.
Yeah, just a little bit of a feel, right? And this is something that again, you can do, just kind of feel out the opponent, see where they're rotating, if they're going to try and hard press, if they're going to wait for you. And so far it seems Singularity are very, very much content with just kind of waiting around, and they're actually tracking Ravens esports very, very well. Even a slight move over towards A, you can see the full of Team Singularity doing the same. So again, Ravens esports kind of at a loss here. The flock is just might be dancing right into some crosshairs.
I mean, yeah, the Sage team, I mean, this is how they've gotten that information. They know what's going on. Lots of dinks and there's frags. Everybody falling, but one Protox, the sole survivor, and he goes down as well. Singularity doing a wonderful job there in the pistol round of reading everything that's going on, and Dima with a quad just puts in the work.
You know, Sage is always seen as a healer, as the one that revives, but I mean, life can also bring death very, very quickly, and that was it, right? Opening up with a 4K, and I personally think that is the best way to start things off. I love Sage so much as a character, right? Always having that ability to revive someone, and the sooner you get that ability online, the sooner you can start being a little bit more aggressive in some of these peaks, right? So very, very well done. Oh,
that's nasty.
Oh no.
Singularity is gaming on them at the moment. I mean, it is just the eco round, but still, it looks pretty, and I love it. I love it so much. Flawless in the victory for Team Singularity there in round 2.
I have no words. Placing it down with a beautiful crouch movement, and that is just a staple right there. Massively well done to them, as they now have. I think Sage is just one off from a resurrection.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, it's a good call. And I mean, the other thing is, right, like, look at this aggression. Look at this aggression coming through from Team Singularity. This is giving the, you know, flashbacks to NA. Honestly, this is what you tend to see. But Bisk is in a solid spot. Actually finds the kill despite the weaponry disadvantage, and the second is there too. Bisk, absolutely incredible, doing the work and finding a 2-player advantage for Team Singularity.
That's going to be the resurrection now online as well. So Bisk ready to come out with the deeps here. It's Insider going ahead saying, hey, I want in on the action as well. They're crushing it here. The blind goes down, and that's going to be Bisk taken out. So very nice flash into the read, but it's still a 4-on-2. Team Singularity ready to go, make it into 4-on-1. Last person, Gillian is going to get lasered down. This would be Lear going ahead and picking up that last frag.
Well done for Team Singularity. That is a dominant way to take it.
Alarm bot out.
Just on point. And Ravens esports, they had no idea. They're like, yeah, you know, la-di-da, chilling over there in A, and then they got hit with a Mack truck.
Yeah, not just a Mack truck. Mack truck going about 80 on the Autobahn, just like flying down that strip, and that is just gonna be pain as we bring out the Dragon Vandal. I love that skin so much. It's a gorgeous skin. We are gonna see another push. Are you kidding me? They're doing it again.
I mean, this is what, and listen, this is what I was talking about when I said that I expected Singularity to be playing well. Like, he's just lighting them up and knocking them down, Orbital. They look like bowling pins out here.
You can't do it to him like that, man. You hear my voice. Insider, no, not a 4K. Zyber goes ahead and pick that pin. Oh, they're gonna go for it. He's gonna look for it. Oh,
nice lot.
All right. We like to see it. And I was talking wrong. That is the Dragon Operator coming out here. Oh god, all those dragon skins are so pretty. You don't want to give the ace over though. Cyborg is going,
there you go.
He did it.
Get rid of it.
That's gonna be insider. That's the ace. Oh my god. I love seeing that right before his death. No one gets it.
Yeah.
That is hours in the practice, so I want to put that out. That is 3 separate ranges that you have to be able to fluctuate. Is immaculate.
Well, and I mean, I don't want to kind of, you know, the Counter-Strike comparisons are very tired and overdone, but like, this is a game that the spray is a lot harder in this game than in a game like Counter-Strike. It's made for tapping, and you know, to be able to do that here is so impressive. And as we see, the push here is onto A. Nobody was home, or at least there was, but the run it back forces them off. And Team Singularity very okay to just look for the retake, because guess what? They've got Orbital. They've got that lockdown. It's easy to do it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't even know if they want to use it, right? There's no reason to be forcing it, and Dima goes ahead and just sprays through that Raptor and says, yeah, get out of here real quick. They're going to go ahead and get sniped down. Galleon is going to go ahead, find 2 with the headshot, make that 3 and 4 with a couple teammates. Gray goes ahead, takes out Zyborg, and a couple more shots might be able to end their life. Team Singularity for the first time looking like they might lose a round.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are losing the round. It was just a matter of how many players for the Ravens esports side could they bring with them. And I mean, a great job there by that Hunter's Fury from Ravens to deny the lockdown. I didn't see that was up, but they were able to pick that up in a very quick decision making. I like that a lot. You know, oftentimes you see kind of that cat and mouse game here on the map of Ascent, where is there a lockdown? Okay, is there a Hunter's Fury? Okay, we can use our lockdown as soon as the Hunter's Fury used, but then sometimes the Hunter's Fury gets held on to in order to deny that lockdown. There's just so much mind games going on with it.
So many indeed, and we hear the Blade Storm being called out by Ravens, so we'll see if they could kind of find another win. And again, with the heavy tempo shift that was before, they didn't give any time. Really work. Insider gets taken out to 9 HP from that Molly, and yeah, walks right in, kind of like, all right, listen, that's kind of the situation that occurred. And that just feels kind of bad there. Team Singularity getting caught on some of these very quick and fast early pushes.
Well, and that's a good example of one where that was just a confidence type of push from Insider, and well, also got a bit unlucky by getting, you know, tagged down through the smokes. But either way, the resurrect is there, so it ultimately doesn't really net them much of anything for Ravens esports. Is, I mean, yeah, they still have that Blade Storm popped out, but they still gotta, I mean, 45 seconds, and they gotta push the site here, Orbital.
Yeah, they gotta push something, and I mean, you gotta worry about it, but Biss goes ahead and says, nope, you can't rotate. It's gonna be Diva as well, taking out the Phoenix. And that's just everyone on Singularity getting some revenge for last round. Kai over here on A. A little help from the Sova are gonna try, but again, Spike is all the way down in mid. They have no real opportunity. They're gonna have to go through the firing squad and Lair. This goes ahead and says, yeah, no, you're not doing that.
See you later, is what he said, right? I mean, and we talked about maybe Ravens being able to do something off the back of that play that they had in the prior round. Unfortunately for them, it turns out that may be a bit of a flash in the pan. They played it a lot slower there, just like they did before, but it didn't net them the same result. Now if you look at the cash, I mean, they're gonna have 3 weapons, but it's gonna be 3 weapons with a eco. You know, they have enough money to buy into the next round, and so they just get the guns out in order to make this a bit more competitive.
Yep. Well, this says now you don't even have a weapon anymore. Just immediately snipes the enemy jet in the back. That's gonna be Galleon and the Killjoy. Gonna go ahead and quickly make their way to safety
fast.
as Bisk is hunting them here on the defensive side.
Dude, it's literally split second they fall back. Bisk is W King for it. Like, what is that? And he's gotten all the information. Now the rotation's gonna come through, and there's 3 players here at A.
You're dead.
Team Singularity just have their number. Oh, Insider actually having his eye on a little bit further from where the entrance was. So saving off some death. That's gonna be the running back already used. Excuse me, as Ravens now on this side are gonna have to figure out as Lyra and Insider go ahead. Take 2 frags, 3v2 situation.
Oh, nice kill though. Protox has something to say. Now you gotta defend the player on the site. Nicely done. Jet, the sole survivor. That's Bisk. We've seen what Bisk can do with this operator and a Blade Storm as well. There is the Cosmic Divide on the Ravens esports side, and it's actually going to be utilized. I was wondering if that would even be a possibility. Spots out 1, right click's good. The dash, the right click misses its mark. It's Protox with 3 to close the round.
Oh man, that you know, usually we see Blade Storms at the beginning of the round. I have not seen a Blade Storm popped up in a 1v2 and said, yeah, I trust my right click. So just man mode right there is the best way to put it for Biss. But again, Protox picking up that kill, all important, right? You need to start stifling these round wins from Singularity before you end up in like a 9-2 or 8-3 situation.
I like that terminology, right? Like stifling the rounds from Team Singularity. And well, I mean, it's been pretty much all stifling from Team Singularity. Their aggression, their fragging potentials, their just all-out team play has been out of this world. And Ravens, they already have to contend with it in this one as they've lost the opening pick. 1 player falls back, but line is not clear, and Protox was not prepared for it. So now it's 2 players. The advantage for Team Singularity, and I mean, it seems like that Ravens just aren't prepared for the potential of these pushes.
Well, it's also, it feels like they're not used to the opportunities that are being laid out, right? Some of these corner and peaks, it's difficult to kind of decide where the opponents are going to be. If you're not used to someone playing that aggressive up, you're probably not going to be ready for Biss just, you know, straight up operating you straight in the chest over on B long or the courtyard, right? And like, this is one of the things the Insider as well laying into him, and that, you know, if you're just not used to it, you can't really prepare for it. So Singularity showing their experience in their history here in this map with Ravens Esports, just trying to learn and catch up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing about it is, right, like this Ravens Esports side, a Spanish roster, you know, you not necessarily, what a brilliant shot from Gray. What I was trying to say is not necessarily going to be so used to playing these CIS teams that, you know, have the opportunity and things like this, yes, but it's, you know, if you're playing in challengers and whatnot, then you're not always going to be playing in those same types of areas. So it could be a difference in play style that they're just really not prepared for. This sort of aggression, very common. And I mean, also Singularity sitting at like number 38 in EU as well. So like, you can't knock the rankings when you see them like that either.
No, not at all. Anyone, and I feel like top 50, right, is gonna have these kind of strengths, and I love how competitive those regions are, right? Like, that is the immense ability of them to be able to, you know, fight for those positions, fight for their lives in those situations. It's showing right here, shooting through his teammates. Insider is gonna watch Gray fall, but Galleon is gonna pay with his life as well, so they're gonna go ahead, turn it into a 1v1, but the health bar is definitely in favor of Ravens Esports. Now this is gonna call for a hard rotate. This is a 2-2 situation that is gonna turn into a 4-0-A push.
Yeah, and unable to recover that that weapon either that Gray dropped is a key, because Ravens are definitely not in an economic situation where they have the full weaponry. As the lockdown comes through, no Hunter's Fury available to stop it, but have to see as Dima. Okay, Dima gets out. Well done. That's good movement, by the way. Just great awareness. The shots, though, don't connect. And Protox finds that frag, and it's now a player advantage for Ravens.
Yeah, player advantage for the Ravens as they're going to try and finish it up. But Lair just goes ahead and just snipes that one out. Says, we're not dealing with that today. We are going to continue our push for massive amounts of round wins. However, this is a spike down. Spike is going to start getting diffused. And the shock dart! Protox with a beautiful shot. And the nano swarm. They're covering the site so well. And Paca is able to pick it up with a double pistol shot. What is up with the Astras here in this tournament?
I mean, I'm telling you, this Astra play has really been just improving week on week throughout all regions, and I love it. I think the Astra is so pivotal. And I mean, I talked about the lack of Astra here for Team Singularity. The thing is, they're just kind of fragging out of control. They're playing together. They're playing that aggressive style. So you don't necessarily need to outmaneuver your opponents with regard to utility when you're doing that. But the thing about it is, Pacquiao has been pretty good at Disaster. I think it's been hard to shine when you're playing against a team like Singularity, hasn't it?
Yeah, just oh my gosh, and they're doing it again. Gray going ahead, finding the first frag in this hard push. You can see it over on A. You can see like how far up they're pressured into main and link. I believe, right? That's actually Cubby. Sorry. Straight up in the faces, and Biss trained. You can see that operator ready and waiting to fire. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, and there's so many players there. The owl drone is there to deny. Okay. So good use of utility right there. And there is a gravity well that's going to force him back. The paranoia misses its mark though, and the aggression's good. Biss frags, and it's Matteo who falls. Followed it up by a Hunter's Fury. Run it back as well. Galleon finds the kill on that run it back, but it's not quite enough as he's sent back where he came. And Gray with a double kill on the Guardian. Has 3 in the round in the sole survivor. Kai, who's got to figure out what the heck went wrong.
Oh, there was a lot. Number one, you funneled under an archway and you meet the end of a barrel. Gray gets 4 over the Sage wall. Team Singularity 7-3 now, wanting to move it into 2 as we go ahead. Take a look at a replay once again brought to you by GLG. And this shot right here, that was fantastic to kick off the round start. Just a snap immediately signaled to Ravens Esports that this was going to be a hot fight.
I mean, it was, hot may be an understatement. It was an inferno in there. And Team Singularity, they've just taken control of everything. And whenever you think for a second, like look at the last 6 rounds, right? There's been some success for this Raven side. As soon as they make an adjustment, there's another adjustment made for Singularity, and they get the next round. And it's just, you know, we talk about Orbital, how it's oftentimes how fast you're able to adapt that really defines who is the victor in these games. But not only are Singularity they started out at, you know, a step ahead, but they now are continuing to adapt even beyond, and that's what's really been making them so difficult to deal with here for Ravens.
Yeah, and it goes back to the same idea that, you know, you have to vary it up. FPS games that have round limits, right, are one of the few that allow you to kind of mentally reset every single round, right? Like there's an opportunity to choose a different strategy each time. Overwatch doesn't have that really capabilities. The timer is always running is kind of the way I look at it. However, you can swap up strats, but this is like the hard reset, right? This is what you can do. And so utilizing that tempo shift, are you going to play up? Are you going to play back? You know, you get to decide that every single time, and it keeps them on their toes. So Ravens are going to just have to start guessing, in my opinion, as that's going to be a drop straight into the nano swarm. Couple shots come out. Cyborg is able to pick up that first kill with the frenzy. This is going to be a hard run in. Lear is able to pick up a few more on the back end, and Gray in the back corner is immediately going to get overwhelmed. It's like zombies versus the survivors here, as the plant goes down over here on the B side for the first time in what feels like ages for Ravens Esports.
I mean, it might be the first time at all, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, it certainly has been a while since they've even attempted a push here towards B, and we're going to see the retake 3v4. So doable, though, especially because of the low HP. The swing coming through. Both players low, and there's two. With 2 for 1, and Dima finds a third before getting traded. Kai, the sole survivor, but only survives for just a bit longer. It's best to close the round and Team Singularity to get the raid.
Observers, thank you so much for that view, because that
was sick.
3 was so good.
Last
to
round
see
before the
Dima
switch.
immediately lines up to a snap to the back. That it just shows, like, I again, hours of practice, hours in this game, right? Like, that is a flick and a half to hit, and Dima comes up. I'm at a loss of words. Singularity proving beyond a doubt that they are looking like some of the contenders to move it on in the playoffs.
Indeed. I mean,
Get out of my way.
I know we didn't talk about general ideas, but Team Singularity definitely one team that I was on the lookout for here. That said, Zivort with a kill with the Blade Storm does get traded. Galleon does get one back, so it's still Team Singularity down over the course of that. Is the this timing, he's got 2, looking for more as Gray gets away. How does Gray get away with his life? He doesn't get punished. This is outrageous for Team Singularity. Ravens, they have just fallen apart here, and Gray wants even more, but he elects to fall back. But no, Insider, they should know about this because of the bot. No, the bot is dead. No idea. Galleon with a nice shot, though, does return.
Yeah, that's just rough timing. That's going to be the flank, but defender Sova Gray is going to realize that a couple people are coming. This could be a little bit dangerous. They're going to keep following. You can see him just sprinting like all hell over to the site. Ravens, they looked fairly decent there, actually, to be able to recoup their losses, right, and turn it into a 2v2. So it's going to be a little bit questionable, but they're stalling. They're going to go ahead, slow it down once again, because now they're getting closer. Run it back, actually used, and unfortunately, no one's there.
Though I understand this. I mean, you gotta give Team Singularity this sort of respect. They've been playing super well. They've been outplaying the entirety of this game, so
Spike planted.
it makes sense. That said, it's going to be a split push here by the defense back end from the shadows available, and Galen's looking the right direction, and Frags is now 1v2.
That was a cheeky play right there, you know, pushing up a little further, but Lair through the smoke bodies Galleon, and now it's a one-on-one. Protox knows that it's close, might be able to cheek around. This could be big. Yep, there it is. Protox once again. First it was a shock dart, and now it's a shot to the head. Able to pick up a 4th round at half split.
A much needed round there for Ravens, as they are definitely down but not out. We've got to get into the second half, and a pistol round victory would definitely be, it'd be a positive. I don't want to go too far and say it's a necessity for them. At this point, it is just 8-4, but
sentry.
I will say that it becomes, you know, all that much harder if you turn that 8-4 into a 10-4, and then it's a 6-round deficit off the back of a pistol and a follow-up. So either way, Team Singularity, if they win this pistol, they're definitely going to be in the driver's seat for the second half. But we'll have to see. They shape up to go towards this A site. Only one player otherwise engaged. That's the Killjoy over there in the mid area.
Yeah, a couple abilities get thrown down as well as they do peek. And that is going to be Ravens going ahead, picking one up. This immediately answers back. Still no rotate, though. That is going to be Team Singularity kind of pondering a bit. They're wondering if any more are in and waiting for Insider to be able to make his way through. They do spot him, couple shots right in the back, and that's going to make it happen. A site is now the play with a couple slow rotates. So that's going to be a 3-on-2. Again, you can see 2 members rushing over from Ravens Esports, and they're going to be a little bit slow. So let's see how the setup goes for Team Singularity. They might be able to stave off any attempt here, and a few more, less lives being lost.
Indeed. As the push here, player disadvantage, but low HP on the Jet, so it's not all bad. Alarm bot goes out just to keep people honest, as the secondary bot just looking for something. Nobody peeking though, and there is
one
a
enemy
dart
remaining,
giving all the information away, and it's 1-for-1. Insider getting that third before getting traded. Leaves just the Astra, and well, Bisk has a second in the round, and Bisk just doesn't miss those shots.
Bisk does not risk it for the biscuit. You know, you got to make sure to hit the shots when you make some of those ballsy plays, and he is doing a fantastic job of that. Team Singularity now up 9-4. Excuse me on that. And now we get to wait and see what Ravens decide to do, right? This is going to be their opportunity to maybe watch and kind of read what the attacking side of Team Singularity is like. We do see 4 Spectres making their way out with a Ghost, so maybe still trying to stack up for that potential shot. And oh, Lear, you can't do it to him like that. That's going to be a mowdown of mowdowns. Team Singularity find 3 back-to-back. That means Team Singularity with a 4-2 advantage.
Honestly, great from Kai to pick that up with the Sheriff. Information gain here by Galleon, who's got another kill. Dima falls, and it's now even 2 apiece. And missed shot from Galleon, and that second one not going to be a miss. Leaves the one-on-one though. And timing was good for Kai, but now the information's gained. Now it's just about hitting the shots. Those shots through the wall certainly are looking good. Plant committed. Low HP for both players. Is now this one-on-one gets a bit more complicated because Inlear could be anywhere right now. Elects to take the aggressive angle and a quad kill. It was close, but not enough to stave off the double-digit rounds for Team Singularity.
Yeah, that's a rough one, right? That was very well played though on Ravens Esports to come back and put it even close to a 1v1. Now you knock out a little bit of the econ and you make it a little bit easier to potentially win this upcoming round. However, with those kills, it does mean that Singularity have no reason not to buy. You can see Biz sitting with 5800 in the pocket, so should be able to pick up some heavy armor, and that's actually I'm gonna go for that Phantom. I was wondering if the operator would be coming out because Bisk, pretty much all Jets love to run it.
Trust me, we know. We've been watching Biz do outrageous things all day. That said, run it back, not effective. Insider with 2, but it's Zabort with a double kill. And in fact, Ravens, they have not only returned, but off the back of that aggression, they might be able to pick this round up. That said, Bray might have something to say. Gets caught out in the open between a rock and a hard place as Galleon takes that kill, leaving Insider alone and Insider dead. Great round from Ravens, maybe the best we've seen from them to this point.
Yeah, that was yes, they lost 3 members, but it was clean, right? This is them knowing that they can hold some of the angles, get some crossfire going in. And again, that pick onto Team Singularity Sova was big. Unfortunately, he was caught, swapping between the, I believe the bow. I think he was reaching for a shock dart or a recon bow, one or the other. And it was just, it's one of those unfortunate scenarios. So very well done by Ravens Esports. 10-5, still a mountain to climb, but you give yourself a little bit wider berth to work with.
Everything's got to start somewhere, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing from Ravens. But can they end it? That's been the question mark the whole time. Team Singularity pushing out here onto the A site. Nobody really home. There was one engagement, but that's short-lived. As the plant should go down shortly. It's 5-on-5 for the retake.
5v5, and again, giving it over I think was the right call, right? You want all 5 members up and available for this, but the Raptor seems to hold a lot of people and a lot of utility. Now the attacker Killjoy is going down, going to buy a few more seconds for this spike to tick down. 4 members topside. I'm not sure if they want to do that. Lurkers in the back end might meet their doom. Be a little bit dangerous. See the Killjoy and the Jet. They're going to start rotating pretty quickly, so keep your eyes on that. That's going to be 2 for 1, 2 for 2 right here on the pits. And that is Team Singularity coming up with the man advantage, but quickly evened up by Paclau. It's gonna be the Nanostorm buzzing away. They gotta get in and get the defuse, but it's not gonna happen. Gray finds that pick, and that will be the round win. Singularity Insider is the sole remaining member after taking their 11th round.
Yeah, but the thing about it is Singularity don't care. Their economy is more healthy than that of Ravens. And if you look at it, this is kind of what we saw in the first half, right? The side of Team Singularity came out to that 4-0 lead. Then it was 1 for 1, all happening. But as soon as Ravens lost one, they had to save. And now we're back at the same scenario. It's going to have to be the save for Ravens. They're going to have to give away match point here. And Team Singularity are absolutely happy for that one.
They're going to be ecstatic because that means that it's one step closer, right? Any step closer is good. Now you have the Hunter Series, you have the Blade Storm, you have the Resurrection, and the From the Shadows. So repositioning is going to be very key as soon as they spot people out. Only the Defender kill lockdown, right? Ravens Esports working with very little. Oh, the Blade Storm is up for them as well, but you know, Blade Storm versus Blade Storm is always a position that you don't really want to be in. Like you don't want to have two sets of knives flying across.
No, you don't. That's certainly not the case. And you know, with Team Singularity having so many tools to work with here with regard to that Hunter's Fury and the Blade Storm that you were just talking about and everything else, like they pretty much can take risks. They can make plays, and we'll have to see if they can turn that around into something this time against the not ideal weapons. It looks like a B hit. This has become a rare thing here, honestly.
Yeah, I personally love the B site. It's very fun and open, and it really turns into an all-out firefight. You know, to get in, Biss goes ahead, takes out Kai with the first right click, and a pistol to the head of Pac Lao. Galleon is gonna go ahead, take out Biss, and kind of try and salvage what just happened, but it's a little bit too little, too late, as it is now 4-on-2 with the attackers primed and ready in the back of B side. Cyborg though has a little bit of a big question mark, saying, "Hey, I can still do some work." Blade Storm is still up. 3v2. One right click could really even it up.
Interesting position here by Inlier, but let's just see if it's effective. That miss on the Blade Storm is pretty much the nail here into the coffin. I mean, yes, Protox has recovered a weapon, but it feels like it's just a matter of time. Or, in fact, he could get out with the gun. That wouldn't be too shabby for him, as I don't think that.
He's trying to pinch him in. He's trying to find some exit frags, but can't. Insider. That was actually a pretty smart play, I have to say, by Protox. If he was able to land those shots, that would have knocked out the entire economy and given Ravens Esports a little bit closer of an attempt. But again, Team Singularity 12-5. They have plenty of econ to work with, right? Like that's just a non-issue, really.
Well, no, you actually make a great point, and I think that you're right. If everyone dies there for Team Singularity and then Ravens wins this next round, that could be a situation, right, where then the money is pretty poor and in fact could be broken. So a good eye to catch that, and I mean I missed it.
It's one of the few things I know in Valorant. You know, it's one of my few defining points is I can read 1 of 15 plays on the round.
I'll give yourself some more credit, mate. I will give Mork some credit too, and Kai as well. 2 opening kills. This is not what we've seen from Ravens. They've typically not been winning these opening duels, but Singularity still has something to say. Dima responds, and it makes it a bit more even.
Evens it up ever so slightly, but again, Ultimate's now in favor of Ravens Esports. If they can keep him up and alive, that'll be really, really big. Resurrection's still in the pocket of Singularity, so if Dima can find one of the members, rotating over is going to go ahead and resurrect the Omen. Surprisingly, I feel with the Ultimate on the Killjoy, that would have been one that you wanted, but not opting for that. So wanting more of that repositioning attempts with the Omen. They're going to go ahead and play it a little bit slow as Ravens Esports wondering where the next opponent is going to appear from.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I don't think they're wondering all that much anymore because the amount of honestly sound cues that have come through have been outrageous. Protox takes down Dima, so Resurrection was there, but now the Resurrector falls. So 2 players alive. Galleon and Pacquiao both find 2 apiece. Gray shock dart onto 1, but it's, I mean, listen, there wasn't enough time anyway, but still. Ravens, nicely done. Not only forcing out quite a few key ultimates, but also getting a really solid looking victory.
Yeah, and here comes my favorite point of any game, that it's so minor, so stupid, but so much fun, is both Killjoys have lockdowns. And the only reason I say this, is because you get one of the rarest occurrences where no one can do anything. When both Killjoys drop their lockdowns on a site and everyone's just standing there going, all right, we either stand here or we all jump in, everyone gets locked down, and we all stare each other down. Those are the 2 options that I want to see.
It is quite funny. Our producer says Venn diagram. I agree. Very good. I love it. Looks pretty on the map, but Oh, look at this. Look at this. They've snuck in here, Team Singularity. Nobody home on this area of the map. And oh, dude, Galleon is molding right now. Galleon is so angry. Has no idea how the entirety of the Team Singularity got up through Catwalk. Nobody knows anything. That's the problem when you play passive. Ravens, they get caught out for it.
Oh, and the worst part is now every angle is covered. Usually the retake setup is prepped after the spike goes out. No, this was prepped beforehand. They're all set. They're ready and waiting for these 4 members to rotate through. This is gonna hurt. Oh, Omen, that's sneaky. You can't do it to him. No.
Outrageous.
That's so rude.
Well, there goes that defensive lockdown you were talking about.
You should run.
And oh, there's the attackers. We got it. The Venn diagram on there, but the victory is still looking to be Team Singularity. 2 kills go their way, and it's the spike that continues ticking. I think this is too far gone as it is, and well, it doesn't matter because Inlear has 3, and Team Singularity has 13 to 6 for the Ravens side.
Team Singularity, you called it at the beginning. Amazing job by them. 13-6. They now move to 2-0. They will for sure make it into the playoffs. They will have a spot to play for. Now it's just a question if they're moving in as first or second, right? How easy do they want to make it for themselves in the opening rounds? And I mean, fantastic job.
Indeed. I mean, a very solid job from them. I think that they really put themselves in a position to just take that map away from the opening side, and it kind of just was W keys from there. They kind of were a little bit dicey there at the end. We saw some nice plays coming through from Ravens, but ultimately you can't be giving up that 8-4 half and then losing a pistol round. That's just typically not going to work out for you if you're Ravens. And on top of that, I mean, Insider with a really good game, 318 average combat score and 22-12.
I think Insider was kind of the sneaky player of the game, right? All our eyes were on Bisk, Gray, and Lear, right? Like they were crushing it in some of these points, but Insider with the highest frags, like, was fantastic. The Nanoswarm placement was also very, very well done. There were two rounds that I spotted where that Nanoswarm completely either cut off Ravens or stopped a potential spike defuse, right? Just very, very well done in the entirety of Singularity. I feel very honored to be able to, spectate and commentate on a team that is obviously one of the best in that region.
Yeah, I mean, Insider giving me vibes, similar to like Steel on 100 Thieves, where you're talking, is not only the lurker, but able to find the timings and deny with utility and really doing a good job of all of that. That's kind of the vibe that I got. But regardless, I mean, this Singularity side, like I was saying, so for me, I mean, the fact that Big had to drop out, I mean, these guys, they seem like a favorite to at least go deep. I mean, it's hard to say when anything can happen, whether or not I would put them in the finals, but they're going to have to find somebody who will stop them, because right now they look unstoppable.
Yeah, and that's not to say that there aren't some dark horses. Keep in mind, we're only doing 3 rounds that we can actually spectate fully. So that is, I want to say only 3 out of, man, if I can count right, that's about 7 other groups, right? So there's still about 4 or 5 other groups that we have not been able to spectate their top teams, and only 6 teams out of so many here in the tournament. So Singularity looked great. Do not get me wrong. I feel are shooting at least for the semifinals. We will for sure probably see them on Sunday with how clean they were, but I still can't wait to see, maybe that one other team that comes out of nowhere and really gives them a rough time.
Well, that definitely will happen, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens here in a little bit. We're going to prep our next matchup, get ready for it. Go get some popcorn, some drinks, and figure out where you want to be sitting, because you should get comfortable. We got a lot more Valorant coming at you here at the 15 Kings Invitational. We'll be back in just a few moments.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me now, and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now.
city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Will you come with me and guide me through the dark? Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Alrighty, welcome back to the 15 Kings Invitational presented by GLG. I am Vincent, joined again by Orbital, and well, we've had a fantastic group stage thus far. We're in to what will be the final match of that group stage, at least on the stream here, as we're going to get into Saul versus King's Gambit. An interesting matchup, though, I'm going to be honest, these two teams, both 2-0, but Orbital, I feel like there might be a bit of a difference here. Saul, they're one of my favorites to take it all the way.
Yeah, they're looking like a blast. And again, in that group D, let's go ahead and run down a little bit. Excuse me. Very, very rough there. So we have already taken a look at Group F. So that's one team that we took a look at. I think the other one, I don't remember exactly where it was. But of course, Group D, they had Yazda, V8, and Onage were the other two teams in that group. So I feel a little bit rougher around the edges for both those squads. So because both of them fell 2-0, we'll see who gets the third and fourth. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter in terms of playoff positioning. But again, both these guys are going to come out and play. And of course, King's Gambit, you know, the name implies that there might be some silliness that might occur. But of course, like you said, Saw, one of the top favorites once again, and really someone that we need to watch out for, possibly even challenging Team Singularity if they meet in the playoffs.
Indeed. And I mean, listen, this Portuguese side of Saul, like they are interesting because in both EU challengers, right? Both challengers 1 and challengers 2, they lost to like they first lost to Team Liquid, who's I mean Team Liquid. If you don't know who Team Liquid are, then what's wrong with you?
No,
And
don't.
then they lost to Fnatic. So the two teams that are headed to Reykjavik, they lost to. So I mean, I feel like that's fair enough. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you can't do them like that, Vincent.
but I have, and they can't do anything about it.
That's so true. But so true is that these are guys that have played against the top of the top and know what the top feels like. They should be able to read just like Singularity, right? Like these are guys that should be able to feel out. And so far, honestly, it's been to me a treat to kind of watch these guys play defense first, right? It's always feeling like the challenger is granted this opportunity to attack first and be like, yo, show us what you got. If you don't have it, we will run you over in the following match.
Yeah, I mean that does feel that way, and in addition to that, right? Like this Kings Gambit side, like they've really only played in Challengers 2, so Challengers 2 EU, might I add, they are a mixed team with from all over the place. So I think that now they've had some opportunities to continue improving together, and this is a huge
Choose your agent.
mountain that they're going to have to climb, because this team Saw is very, very solid. I mean, they're on the door of breaking into that top 20 position in the European region. So it's definitely going to be tough, but I'm excited to see what Kings Gambit can do on Haven as we get right into it.
Yeah, and Haven is one that's really going to test it out. This is one of the few that I consider to be almost pure skill matchups a lot of the time. This is because the defenders have to split between 3 different sites. Now, granted, B site is pretty much the least defended site of all because you can collapse so quickly on it, right? 2 entry points that pretty much solidify the whole thing. But it's still 3 sites, right? You have to spread thin, and that requires an extreme amount of precision when you take shots. It requires you to properly set up and be able to hit your shots when it matters, because you are the sole defender in some of these regions, right? You are the sole person that can deny an all-out push. And so I really want to see what they can do.
Yeah, and I'm excited as well to kind of see this new look competition that Saw is running. They've only run it a couple times on this map, and it's quite different than what they used to run. They used to run the Breach here, but no longer. And I think that it's interesting. I love the Breach, but clearly they've been experimenting and trying to put the Astra into this lineup, and I think that that's been what they have attempted, and it's been effective thus far. So we'll have to see if that continues to be the case as we get right down to it.
Yep, and immediately we do see a full court press pretty much over here on A, going through short and long. But Saw immediately clap back and say, yeah, we're not letting you get away with daylight robbery. Kill is going to go ahead and get a kill. Fat is going to go ahead and pick up one, and the kill just flood right through. Again, the Astras, bro, every time.
Kill Dreamst. That's an interesting name, by the way. I do love it, but it's going to be fun to say all day. I do think that Saul, I mean, that is, you talked about the skill matchups, right? And I don't know. Maybe you can convince me over the course of this series, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. But what I do know is that Saul just took it straight to King's Gambit right there and shut him down.
I mean, I think that proves my point even more. That was skill. What are you talking about, Vincent? Come on. The one time I think we'll disagree on that. Nah. Either way, I do agree. Yes, skill comes into it, but at the same time, the coordination that these teams have, right? How well can they play it, and can they rotate well? So we do have another technical pause. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Taking a look at the kill spread, though, it kind of looks like we might have the SMG round coming out, and I wonder if King's Gambit will just go completely nothing, right? A lot of them are sitting just barely over 2100 in their inventories, so might not even want to invest in the light armor, right? No reason to do so. We do see Fat coming out with the judge, so Saw already prepping to just take it home, right? They want to be able to end this fairly quickly. They want to prove that they can be the first seed going into the playoffs. And I mean, this is a very nice point to do it at.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about before with Saw, like they losing to the #1 and #2 team in the EU region in both Challengers 1 and then Challengers 2 is huge. And then secondly, like whenever this Saw team loses, they're losing to like top 30 teams. Like they don't lose to teams that are mixed rosters that have just been put together, like King's Gambit, typically speaking. Now, I hope that King's Gambit can upset that and make the difference, be the difference. I mean, we see pug teams all the time pull out incredible things, but like if you just look back to what's last happened here for Saul, I mean, they were beating the likes of Pact just a couple of weeks ago, most recently in their 3rd to 4th place in the Nice Cactus March Trophy Series. They were beating a top 25 team by the name of One Breath Gaming. Like, it just feels like they always have a bit of an edge, is kind of where I'm going with that. So that, I think, is going to come into your prediction of a skill matchup, because I mean, if there's anyone who's just going to put on a bit of a skill diff here, I think it's going to be Saul.
Oh yeah, and like I said, that goes every single way, right? A complete one-sided stomp, if it's 3-0 or anything like that, that is skill still, right? There is nothing unskilled about that situation where you can completely dominate your opponent from start to finish, because it takes all that level of practice, of hours put in, right? It takes monumental efforts to get to that single point of, we know the map so well that you do not have a chance in heck. And I really want to see that come out, right? We just saw Singularity. We just saw them blow us away in some of those opening rounds, and Saw had that same opportunity like you were talking about. If King's Gambit are hoping to kind of stifle that, and again, in the first 3 rounds, this is your point to kind of poke and prod, right? Because we all pretty much know how it stands out, right? Usually the way it goes is first round 1, whoever wins that round wins the SMG round, and then the following round, the 3rd round, is going to go to the one that has all the rifles. That is the standard procedure, and I say standard very, very loosely here, because we have seen SMG rounds going, SMG versus rifle rounds go in the way of the SMGs. Saw have a much higher opportunity for that to happen, but if King's Gambit are able to get a little bit of a beat of how high tempo this game will be, how often Saw will push, they might be able to catch some sneaky kills left and right, right? That is something that I really wish teams took more advantage of, or at least attempted to, right? That you can't always get the kill, but try and find those little opportunities, right? Are they checking their corners? Do you realize that you can slip away with some of these things? Like, it's difficult to do in the middle of the game, but it's something that I think higher tier teams do pretty much as an afterthought.
Indeed, yeah, I think that it is just kind of one of those things, like you said, that the higher tier teams, like, they don't even have to think about, really, and that's what it's what puts them over that edge, and makes them a higher tier team, so to speak, right? So it's solid stuff either way, and we are just waiting on some player issues, I believe, so apologies for the delays. We are trying to get this sorted as quickly as we can, but once we do, I mean, I talked about how this is sort of a new look competition for the Saul side. They have not played it a whole ton. When they have been playing it, though, it's had some sort of mixed results, to be honest with you. Now, granted, this was against a couple of much better teams than what we're looking at, but it's been a little iffy, is all I'm saying. And so for that reason, I am interested to see how it's effective here, with how little that they've been able to utilize it in normal matches.
Yeah, utilizing it in normal matches is one thing, and doing it in some high pressure scenarios is another. And that, again, cut above arrest. We kind of talked about that entire thing over and over again, and that's what you want to see in some of these teams, and be able to properly bring out to this team. So of course we are getting word that the technical delay has been resolved, hopefully, of course, and that is a fun thing. But let's go ahead and take stock of where we are. Again, only one round in. Kill Dreams going ahead. I love to think that's Kill Dream Street, meaning he kills all the dreams that flood into his game, and I think that, you know, I'm gonna go with that, you know, little headcanon there, because 3 kills straight up in the opening rounds. Killer momentum, to say the least, and the rest of the squad will be trying to catch up to him.
Indeed, they will. And yeah, like we said, back into it now. As I mean, Saul's on the defense here. They've already had that opening round. Of course, back in, lots of players running it down in the garage. That raise might get punished. That's a nice nade, though. Does well, but Butcher finds the return. It's traded by Fat. Now the player advantage once again evened back out. Slumpy doing a good work finding that player, but it's again returned, and Addicted the one to find that kill. So the retake needs to be here, but with low HP, King's Gambit, it's going to be impossible for them to really put up any sort of defense as there's the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, there was the man advantage, but the health bars were definitely not in their advantage. I think both the Sky and the Asher were sitting about 50 HP each, so a little bit rough time. And I mean, the plant was good. The plant was a good time, and being able to find those opening picks over in garage, I think really helped. Still got to close it out, right? Still got to make sure that you are keeping eyes, and I feel that garage push would have gone a lot better. They might not have lost a person if the shots had landed over on I think it was Addicted that was holding that mark.
It was Stark. It was the race in there, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It was a couple of missed shots, but you know what? It happens, and now it is the gun round. 1 for 1 though. Slumpy somehow takes out the player who's pushing, but gets a bullet to the face for the trouble.
Yeah, now it's going to be a couple tags going through, knocking out the armor of the door just in case they want to try and do some sneaky moves through there. That's going to be a full hold over here on the attacking spawn.
Obscuring vision.
I'm not sure if that's the right call here, but that does call for the immediate hard push coming out of Saw, right? Like, hey, no one's coming to us, better start rotating in.
Right
and
there.
maybe that's exactly what King's Gambit are wanting. They are fading over towards that C and B side, throwing out a little bit of disruption here in the mid B, and that's going to call for the corridor push. It's looking like it'll rotate coming out of Saw.
Stark is very close here. Might find a player going through that nebula, and does just that, recovering a rifle in return. Well done by Stark, and it's another advantage gained by Saul as they have to fall back and rotate out. Towards C they go, but that's going to be a tough look even there.
30 seconds left.
Oh, no one's in the back corner.
Oh, they
And they're hoping to find someone. Once again, the orb is down, so it looks like maybe they gave it over to the Killjoy, I think.
It might have. They're saving this, though. This is over.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and go for that orb. That's a free point
10 seconds
that
left.
they're not gonna grab, which I guess.
Maybe they look for it at the end here. I don't know.
No time. Oh, yeah. Maybe again giving a little bit of respect over to Saw. Again, it isn't out in the open orb, but still kind of feels bad that they unfortunately had to leave that orb, especially when they're down 3 rounds now.
It does. I mean, it does seem like they could have maximized that area a little bit better, but maybe they just didn't want to take a chance, because look at the money. I mean, if any one player falls, this buy is just not happening.
I mean, I gotta agree. I don't even think they're gonna get a good one. Slumpy is gonna be scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I think can pick up an SMG. I think just shy of the I want to say the Spectre, but that is gonna be, of course, the Blade Storm, so doesn't even have to worry about that. A little shots going through, a little bit of an aerial view, and Trouble is found. Trouble as Kill Dreams has gone ahead and taken his life.
I don't know that I'm a big fan of what we just saw from King's Gambit, because they popped that Blade Storm, right? And then we're like trying to throw it through smoke, like getting a bit of a look. Like, yeah, there was some info, but I don't know. That's just such a risky play with such a high value piece of utility as the Blade Storm. But either way, lots of information gained off the back of it. And Cooper does know now that there's a player committed over at C.
Fat literally baiting out shots. I love when players do that because it's literally just like, why even take the shot, right? It feels like it's one of those moments, even though obviously I'm not a player, so I can't tell what's going through their mind, but it feels like very obvious, a bait just to get information, right? In these matches, any information is good information, whether you get shot in the foot or not shot at all. So now we're gonna get an A rotate, get a flood into this space, and a hard lurk on the back end. That's gonna be Dreams though.
30 seconds left.
Living up to his name.
down
The Dream
A.
is dead as Addicted
Flawless.
takes out Butcher. What a flawless round.
Dude, is this guy human? Like, what the hell? What is going on right now? Saul firing on all cylinders and Killed Dreams doing just that as well, making it look quite simple, quite easy in that one. As I mean, I feel like they go to his site and then it's all over. Like 1, 2, and 3,
Jeez.
easily done. Like, yeah, 4 in the round,
4K.
but oh, it's nasty.
Freddy Krueger up in here, just killing all the Dreams coming out here. That was a fantastic mark. And again, Saw coming out with 4 rounds to their name, trying to make it 5 here. Just walking straight through. That Nanostorm, so taking the damage. And Slap just fires through. Blind headshot. Gets taken out by Dimax, and it's gonna be another Nanostorm set up. Fat is gonna go ahead and play a long con. Walk around, gets a couple shots, and that's gonna take out Butcher. So 4 on 2 here. That's gonna mean King's Gambit kind of questioning what they want to do as they're sitting on all pistols.
I don't know what the play here is for King's Gambit. Like, they invested so heavily in that push at C and then just didn't do anything with it. Like, why commit when you're going to do this? But I mean, a nice shot from Cooper does allow for them an opportunity into the site. Trouble recovering the rifle, might be able to find something. Nagi does just that with the Sheriff, but Addicted has returned the favor. Does just more than that. A double
Player
kill, but
standing.
Cooper has more. 1v1 now against the Sage as Corgi Cooper moves along
30
to
seconds
get the
left.
plant here at A.
Yeah, at least the plant goes down, but rough set of fights right there in the mid, and King's Gambit showing a little bit of life. This could be it, and that's Corgi getting a 3K.
I mean, that's a bit sloppy from Saw. A bit sloppy. They just took individual tools right there, and so they kind of allowed for the sheriffs to be put to work. You got to be double swinging those things, especially when there's more than one swinging you. It's never going to work out in your favor. And I mean, to be fair, Cooper with a really solid 1v2 at the end, you know, with the 3K in general, like, but Saul maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, just a wee bit, and I think at this point they kind of read the. Yeah, that's stark.
Sad.
You listen to my voice, and I just lose words with how rough that feels. You know, just I want to move. No, you're not allowed to move. You're not allowed to peek. You're not allowed to do anything. What?
Stark, just stop, dude. This is not fair. They have families, man. Like, what is going on? And look at the aggression on the other side too, Orbital. They're setting up a crossfire.
Oh my
and Kill
gosh.
Dreams has another one.
One enemy remaining.
They are in the attacker spawn. That's how far up they pushed. Look at where the kills happened. One of them was outside. I want to say 2 were outside, but that's not what you want to have happen. I think King's Gambit, it's been noticed by Saw, this is a team that is playing scared. I don't use that term lightly. I hate using that term
They're
lightly.
terrified, man.
This is where you really see teams waver, right? How do you face up against adversity? Do you crumble and fall? Or do you keep to the regular game plan? And when you are scared, it's seen in your combat style. It's seen in your movements, right? You are worried about moving up. You're always conscious at every turn, and it stifles your aim. It really fluctuates very hard. And yeah, there it is again. A nice wall peek. The OG Sage wall peek is going to be utilized to get the opening frag. And King's Gambit, you can see them. They don't even want to touch anywhere that they hear shots.
I mean, yeah, it does feel that way. And I mean, such intelligent play happening too. I mean, think the prior round, that opening pick, like right here by Stark, there was two Nebulas in position. The first cut Stark off immediately. That's taken away by the Astra, and it opens the sight line for Stark. I mean, that it just lulls King's Gambit into a false sense of security, and well, that security is probably gone at this point as the push comes out onto A. Frag there for Addicted, follow up by Drinks is good for another, looking for one more as the spike is sitting on site.
Remaining.
The bait switch is good, and Addicted closes it out.
Saw now in the rhythm, and I mean, you know, for all of the criticisms and kind of the diving into mental play style or anything, I can't fault King's Gambit, right? This is a team that is playing up against one of the best in the region, someone that has challenged the top of the top, and you're trying to face them down. I mean, even if we talk about how scared they might be playing, how they're making some of those mistakes, I feel I would make even worse mistakes, right? Like, this is a team that is doing their best. And I mean, even 3 or 4 rounds taken here in this one game, I think would be a huge boost in confidence in just kind of showing off what they have. And I mean, Slempy is trying to do just that.
Trying. And that's something we haven't seen often. You know, an opening pick going the way of King's Gambit has been a rarity. And Busher does well to clear out some of that utility. Not only the Nanoswarm, but the bot as well is no longer available for Fat. His push looks to go towards C. Cosmic Divide comes out. Does cut off some of the angles, but there's still a player here ready and waiting. Actually, that player falling back, not wanting to get too forward of position, as the push is here, and the plant should go down shortly.
Yeah, and for the first time, King's Gambit, I think, actually have a good run of the place. Again, that divide is going to cause a little bit of stalling tactics, but you can see the 2-4 setup here is actually or 2-2, I'm sorry. Saw are trying to make a pinch happen. A little bit worried about that wall, which again divides a lot of their attention out, and they're going to try and kind of sprint their way in. So time is ticking down right now. 4 on 4. This is where dreams are made. And killed, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, murdered as well, too, for Kill Dreams. They all fall to pieces here for King's Gambit. Stark on the flank. That spike is very, very ticked. Butcher with 1. It's got to be the stick, but is it even enough? No. Oh, maybe 0.24 seconds. Holy cow. Saw get away with that one as King's Gambit fall again.
Stark peeked out like, bro, really? You're gonna, oh my gosh. Just like bounces away right back out. He was ready to dip. He was gone if that went any longer.
It's like, you're dead, dude. Like, dude, see you later.
Yeah, there is a point where you really just go for it, and that was so well done. Again, very nice job by Saw to be able to pick up that round. 7-1. Right, this is even looking more dominant. Well, this is actually pretty much par for the course for what Singularity did in the previous game. However, King's Gambit are much further in the hole. They do have the Bladestorm. They are going to try and utilize that. Again, they have the Hunter's Fury and the attacking lockdown as well. So they have some utility, but again, stalling out here at the opening stages, really worried about what's going to happen.
It's got to be slow and methodical right now for King's Gambit. Well, nothing's been working for them, just honestly, unfortunately for them, but the push here towards A might be effective. That's the Trailblazer. Going to allow them the information to know that Stark is here and alive. Everybody falling back, though, for the defense as they give up the site to the pushing attackers. We'll see about that retake. That is a nicely placed paint shell, and it's a kill off the back of it.
Well, Sleppy went ahead and said, yeah, I can do that too. Watch me with my blades. I'm cutting through your health like butter. Somebody's going to go ahead, hide out in the corner as Hunter's Fury goes through. Dimax is going to go ahead, bring Stark back to life. That's going to be a 5-on-4 attempt. They did it once. Can they do it again? Slempy is ready to go. Gets one more snap right click. That still means a rocket boost out is going to occur, and this is the takeover by Saw of a site. 2 left alive and straight through goes Corgi. He does get taken out, but I think they might have stalled it out in time. Nope, that's might be it. Oh, is it gonna be close again? It's gonna tick. Oh, so close once again. Nail biter of diffuses right now.
I have to be honest. I think that now you were talking about not being too disappointed in King's Gambit. I think now that is swapping. I think now they need to take some responsibility. This isn't just Saul outplaying them. They are making mistakes. Where was this lockdown from Butcher? It should have come out. Like, there's just no reason not to commit that lockdown. There's no Hunter Fury on the other side last round. You could have entirely held off of that final push onto the site. We saw it just 2 seconds, the difference. And, well, the difference here is Addicted hitting a headshot onto Slimpy, opening up the round once again for Saul.
Yeah, just a quick frag. MX follows as well. My gosh, they're laying out some pain. Make that 2. When a stage goes offensive, you know something's going on here. Trouble has finally put a little bit of respect on his name. Gonna try and follow through. Nagi delayed out, but Addicted is right around that very, very slim corner. Try and play it out. Trouble taking a few pot shots, pre-firing to try and find some headshots, but Addicted finally shows his face. He is going to go ahead and get tagged in the stomach. Now getting jumped on 2. That's the final round, and that is going to be 9-1 in favor of Saw. They are looking to push it to double digits here in the first half.
And I mean, it seems a bit inevitable that they might get there as well, as I mean, every round is and has been just King's Gambit trying something different and then coming up empty is the problem, right? Like, never have they been able to adjust in a fashion that has been effective. So I need to see something different for them. They're gonna try this A push once again, but this time they get the opening pick. So maybe that is the difference maker that they needed.
Well, they found 2, not just the opening frag, the sequential kills to follow. It's gonna be the Astra trying to throw down a few little stars, and Slumpy getting 3, so immediately Fat returns the call. Corgi puts it into a 3v1, so maybe
Spike planted.
keeping it single digits. Corgi Hubert to get some, and that's gonna be it. Start can't follow up, and King's Gambit with a very fast tempo push are able to secure
Last
the
round in
second
the
round
half.
of the game so far for themselves.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity to deny that double-digit mark that we were talking about. I mean, 9-3 is certainly not an ideal scenario, but it's not. I mean, it's not unwinnable. And beyond that, saw a small victory to force them away from that double-digit mark would be, I think, a mental victory at the very least for King's Gambit. Nonetheless, they got to do it once more. We'll see how they go. It looks to be the push back towards A.
Placing swarm grenade.
Moment. No, it's actually going to be the mid hit, something we haven't seen a lot of in the last 3 or 4 rounds.
Gonna go all the way in again. Last round available. Addicted goes ahead with that start, I believe. Gonna go ahead, gun down a few more, and Dreams is actually gonna get taken out. Butcher finding one of the top fraggers of Saw.
On the res too, on to kill Dreams. That's certainly a fragger you want to bring back in. Shock Dart does well to connect onto the opposing Sova. His Trouble doing some damage, but the same can be said the other direction. He killed Dreams, has a frag, looking for more. It's Trouble who finds it. Now swing, good. Stark double kill, and that's all over. There is those double digits.
Yeah, Saw
Switching
going
sides.
ahead, putting up the most one-sided game that we have seen thus far here in the opening group stages, and what better way, right? 10-2. They only need to win 3 rounds to be able to take it home. And I mean, you win the pistol, you immediately pretty much get the second one right after, right? Like, this is going to be all on King's Gambit to figure out a way to try and hard reset, right? And taking a look, is there much to really be said? Slimpy really the only one with a lot of frag guns under his belt, and also tied for most deaths on his team. It's really been a trade of blow for blows.
Well, more blows and not any blows coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, King's Gambit, they've been reeling here more often than not. That's Flash good. I mean, once again, just holding back the push from this Saul side a little bit. Somebody does get the orb too. So this is a good start here, at least positionally, for King's Gambit, as Saul looks to push in here towards Garage.
And Hubert immediately takes Stark's head, and That's a good hold off over on the back end. That was over on C, and that's going to be a firefight breaking out here. But a little slow on the rotate. You can see the Jet and Sova not responding fast enough, but it doesn't matter as Saw go ahead and get taken out. This is a 1-on-3 situation. Kings game. It looked like they have won this pistol round.
I mean, it has to be a 1-on-3 here from Dimex, who's, I mean, sure, playing well, but that well, I don't know.
I mean, in pistols as well, it's very difficult, I feel. You have to hit 3 headshots if you really want to do it, and they just walk towards each other. That was a little surprising.
It is very surprising. And again, 1v1 is being given over.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that is brutal. Dimex with 4 now.
30 seconds
looking
left.
for the 5th. Needs the ace to clutch this out. Gets away towards long, but Trouble has the frag. Nicely done from Kings. Gambit in trouble to clutch the round, but boy, did they want to give that one away.
I just want to point out, I didn't get to talk about it. Dimex had all 4 kills that game. He had all 4 of those frags in that round, and that just shows how kind of rough that opening round was, right? They had the momentum, they pushed in. The blind, I think, definitely helped a little bit over here on C side. It's something that it looks like we are going to see Nagi do pretty much consistently, just to try and, you know, slow everything down. Yep, there it goes again. This time it catches 3. So that is going to be a nice hole, but it's a 5-man push.
It is indeed. That said, that push is stalled just a little bit.
Oh, well, no, not just a little.
Never mind. Never mind. It's very stalled. Long range, not ideal for Saul with these pistols, are they?
Not at all. The SMG puts them down. The Spectres turn Saw into Ghosts, and now they're going to try and salvage this. Again, it is a 4-on-2. A Sheriff in hand is not bad. No, 1 shot to the head is going to do some work, but I mean, you got to connect your shots there. They're going to send 1. And they're kind of just tucked in this corner.
Tucked away and looking for more. I mean, every kill is important here for the economy, but Slimpy, nice shot. That's nice from Slimpy, who's had, you know, not the best of games right now. Just these kills on the eco rounds, they're confidence boosters, aren't they, Orbital?
Oh yeah, and I mean, yes, he's not having a great game, but he's doing the best on his team right now, really holding up on his end. And I mean, that's, oh my gosh, Dimex did it once before, is gonna try and do it again, get some healing in, waiting for around that corner. Flips back and forth, 20 seconds left, and still has the spike, so can't find it. Slimpy gets a body shot straight in there, and that's gonna be the Marshall winning a round out for Kings Gambit. Now they're gonna have to face off against the rifles, and this is where you're gonna feel the pain.
So Orbital, if you're in this situation, do you just buy rifles if you're King's Gambit?
I would actually wait still.
You would? Okay. Why do you think wait?
The sole reason is because it's 10-4, not like 11-4 or anything like that, right? So you can afford to give 1 more, and yes, you are in a rough position, but at the same time, if you want to give yourself that secondary buff with the losers bonus, that ping pong effect, yes, you buy here, which is what they did. Again, don't listen to me, who really doesn't play in that upper elo, right? I wish I did, but I just don't have that skill. So again, some do, and that's what they're gonna do. So they're gonna try, and Addicted is ready and waiting to take some creds off of King's Gambit.
Well, unfortunately, Saw has already taken some creds away in that they've gotten that opening pick. So it's gonna have to be even better for King's Gambit if they want to claw this round back. It is that bonus round like you're talking about, and they took your advice, you know, not wanting to fully invest. The swing there for start, the follow-up not. Trouble with a double kill. That's huge from Trouble. Even though the Resurrect's available, it's still 1 kill for him, and Saw now kind of committed to this A push.
Yeah, they are shown, but you see it rotate over. The Astra over on King's Gambit is rotating all the way through. Now has to start running back. There's a 3-on-3. Dreams is going to do it. Trouble is going to find 1 more. That's going to be a 3K for himself, and they're just going to try and chase him down. Yes, they do. 2-on-2 here with Saw trying to cover it up. Corgi up in heaven, ready to make some magic happen. And
oh, nice gravity ball.
Yeah, really nice one, but can't find any extras. Dimex is going to go ahead and get the plan down, and Nagi trying to peek around the corner.
And it's the 2-on-2, right? The Cosmic Divide is available, but do you use it here is the question. Cupert has that up top. Dimex is stuck on this site, so they know where at least one player is. It's all about the crossfire. That crossfire unavailable now as Cupert finds one in the second with the Guardian.
Dimex tried, right? That was a very good attempt. You saw what Dimex did, which is actually peek and pre-fire on the opening gate from tunnel. And if that headshot had landed, I think that would have stopped Corgi in his tracks, right? That was a very nice attempt coming out of Dimex, just couldn't connect with the shots. And that is going to be a round win. And that's actually 3 rounds in a row coming out for Kings Gambit of all sides to do it on. This is one to do it. And now they actually have the econ advantage over Saw.
Yeah, I mean, a turnaround that I don't think you or I really could have anticipated here, and that Kings Gambit not only getting that pistol round, but winning the first gun round as well. So it's huge for them to pick that up. And like you said, the economy is in shambles if you're Saw. You got to go back to the drawing board. It's just Sheriffs.
It's just Sheriffs. I mean, Sheriffs can do a lot of work. You roll in 4 Sheriffs and you all just kind of shotgun your way to victory. That might be an option. And yeah, that's, oh my gosh, that's going to happen.
How has Killdrips found both of those? And through the wall is addicted onto Butcher. This is looking like it might be a problem for Kings Gambit as they have fallen apart. 2 players left alive.
2, and I mean, of all times to have it happen, you win 3 rounds in a row and immediately you get sniped out. That is not what you want to have happen. Somebody's going to try and walk through this frosty footing. That's going to be trouble rotating around. Might catch someone sleeping. Might catch Fat. This is going to hurt. Addicted goes ahead and takes out Slumpy, and now it's all trouble. Trouble in trouble. Gets shot by some of those, by that turret, and actually that signals that he is all the way back on the attacker side spawn. They're going to look and hunt 3 hunters on the mark. Your hours are numbered here, Trouble, as he gets tagged on the backside. 36 HP, down to 12. One little shot, gets 1 headshot. Might get another. Nope. Addicted gets the 3K.
And it's all on the back of who else? Killdrips, who's just opened up everything there with, I think it was the hero rifle, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't get a chance to look. Everybody had Sheriffs except for Killdrips in that opening part of that round. So I think it was just the hero rifle with a bit of extra money for them. So was able to put that to work. Was certainly the hero of the round. And a double kill to open it up, then the site is so hard to retake.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a look here. What are you gonna do? You're rocking with a single rifle. Trouble trying to scavenge what he can, and now we're gonna get the Blaze Storm coming out. Slumpy straight up running in. Let's run past that shot, and yeah, that's just the most brutal defensive aggressive move I have seen thus far from Kings Gambit.
Yeah, they have been being a bit more passive, but this time they get aggressive and they do it with perfection.
Oh,
the right makes a 3 looking for
Spike
more, misses the shot. The Addicted's got 2, looking for the ace. It's what he would need in order to clutch this out. Put 50 HP in a dream.
A very shiny Vandal to boot. Listen to the shots. Is gonna rotate straight through. You know, walk the path a little more bloody. No one really expects that. Addicted is gonna wait. Still, that all happened in the opening 40 seconds. You still have a lot of time to work with, right? 50 seconds left, and the spike to your name, so you're not gonna have to go hunt for it.
Indeed. I mean, that's just the sole real positive of that scenario, though, because look at where he's just swinging into a well, death trap. Oh, maybe not. Butcher misses the shot, and Addicted's got a 3rd. So 30 seconds on the clock,
left.
and should be able to get onto A site without much trouble, assuming he doesn't dilly-dally too much. 20 seconds left. Spike should go down soon.
Yeah, has to. And actually, because the Heaven was the route actually taken, that's going to be Cupert. Slowing it down. No, he's going to try and hunt. He is going to plant right below him, and Cupert doesn't hear it?
Spike planted.
He knows, but he can't commit. It could be a fake.
Yeah, well, it definitely has to be. This could be the ace coming out. No, Cupert once again shuts it down. Saw are consistently so close to getting these aces, and yet they just can't find that final one. And a thrifty win indeed. That's going to be 6 rounds for Kings Gambit. And, you know, I said it earlier, Vincent. I said it would be impressive if Kings Gambit were able to make it back after that crazy play. And here we go. This is the replay brought to you by GLG. This play right here. Look at those. Look at that Blade Storm. Bringing up 3 was fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the only word that could be used to describe that one right there. And I mean, honestly, to be fair, Addicted nearly found the 1v3, but you know, was denied there at the last moment. So they still have rifles back in hand. Remember, that was an eco for them. And or no, sorry, that was the half buy for King's Gambit. My apologies. And this time it's Cooper who opens things up. Stark balls, big fragger gone, no more raise to be had.
No more raise. And with Saw, that's not what you want to see. Again, they should know at this point Sky is always holding that C site and just not, I feel, attempt to go for it at this point. You know, it stalls out their timing. It gets a little bit rough for them, and this time they actually lost someone on the back end to it, and you know that's gonna be a problem here. 58 seconds left, and now they start looking towards that mid where you can see on your minimap so much utility laid down.
Oh yes, I mean basically just, I mean look at the map, like that, you just see the amount of utility being utilized right there. The push is certainly going to be stopped for a moment, and oh no, that's so good, utilizing the utility to perfection. The gravity well plus the nano swarm just shuts down the push of
30
Saul,
seconds
and
left.
well, it was a meat grinder when it came to the weaponry as well. All of the rifles trained on that one position.
What is going on here, Vincent? This is not the same Saw that we saw at the beginning, right? This is not the same group that I feel like we've been watching the entire time. King's Gambit come up 6 rounds, I think, in total here in the second half. Saw have won 1 single round this entire, and they're on the attacking side. They're the ones that get to dictate the pace. What is happening?
Yeah, but if you look at the way that their composition runs, right, with this Killjoy especially, I feel like, and the Sage, like this is a very defensive setup they have that they're running. Their only real initiator is the raise, and there's no actual flashes here for the team at all. So that could have something to do with it. But Slimpy, I don't know what the plan was there, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, well, they just proved me wrong right there. They're just like, nah, screw you, Orbital. This is what we want to do, and this is how we're going to play. They have 5 members strong against 3. That trade was fantastic, and Kill Dreams is going to go ahead, hit a couple shots. Nagi is going to go ahead, take him down, but Fat returns the fire, and that's going to be Corgi Cupid. Last one remaining. Can he take down 4? Can't do it. Addicted immediately ends his life, and that is going to be putting them on map point.
Match point.
Well, and I mean, if it wasn't the operator, it would have been the showstopper. Yeah. I mean, poor guy Cooper, just there was no chance. Let's just keep it real, man. Like he was dead no matter how you slice it. But I think that now it's been a great comeback here for King's Gambit. I think that they've certainly solidified their position. They've showed what they can do, but the biggest problem for them is they've now got to win 5 rounds in a row without dropping any at all. And against this Saul side, it's gonna be a tough ask, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I said that so many times. Everything is absolute, but sometimes it's not. And this is one of those points where it is, and that's gonna be a shot going through. Hunter's Fury is trying to be used. Addicted goes ahead, snipes out Nagi. That's an opening frag that you didn't want to see if you are a King's Gambit fan. Not that one either, as Dreams seems to be back on that roll. They're gonna go ahead and flip over towards A. They pulled a little bit of tension over to CB. This with the lurker might cause them problems. Slampy, better check your corners, is rotating through and doesn't see it. That's a headshot. Dreams is gonna go ahead and take out Slampy. 1 on 4 is the name of the game. King's Gambit looks to have run its course.
Spike planted.
And yeah, that course a bit cut too short, you could say. Saul, I mean, just absolutely ripping through the King's Gambit. It is killed.
Attackers
win. Started the game with a triple and ends it with a triple. Well, seems poetic, if anything, to be honest with you, Orbital. And you know what? Props to King's Gambit. I think they had a showing there that not only surprised me on the comeback, but was really solid. If they had had a better first half, I think that game could have been a lot better. It could have been a lot closer for sure.
Yeah, and to say that they didn't play is is not doing them due justice. This is, again, two teams that went into it 2-0. Of course, Saw were the higher favored group, and they come out 3-0. Kings Gambit are still in it. They are now 2-1. They will move on into the playoff round and be able to show what more they have in the pocket. And like you said, yeah, it was 11-1 at the end of the first half. 11-1. I want you to keep that in mind. Very few teams can push 6 rounds back out and be able to push it. Or was it 10-2? It might have been 10-2.
Yeah, actually, wasn't it 9-3? 10-2. There we go.
They hit double digits. I know Saw hit double digits, but I mean, still, looking at that scoreline, you would not expect Kings Gambit to be able to push back at all for that long. And to watch Saul falter, a team that we expect to be on par with Singularity and on par with these crews that should be wiping some of these more regional or newer squads, that just shows the level of competition here. And I'm excited to see what they can do in the playoff run.
I am too. I think that they absolutely deserve their spot. And I think that, like you said, Kings Gambit giving it their all, doing a great job there, but it's not quite enough to bring them over the edge. I mean, Kill Dreams clearly having an incredible game, Addicted as well. Just too many of those star players showing up, I think, for Saul. And maybe if Nagi had a bit better of a game, we could have been talking something different. But I think that at the end of the day, it was a firepower issue in the first half, and well, sometimes that's what happens. So back down to it, though. I mean, we still got a couple of games left today. It's gonna be it for you and I, Orbital. But I mean, we still got lots left to do here. And I mean, on top of that, there's a lot that's happening just in general with 15 Kings. If you guys aren't really aware, they're giving away 10 gaming chairs. So make sure to tune in over on Twitter or on Discord there, just to make sure you know when that's going to happen. Keep your eye out. But and just picked up a partner. That's ClickUp, cloud-based project management tool, and a great tool for any business, great collaboration. And I mean, 15 Kings, absolutely super excited to be working with those. But I mean, this isn't the only 15 Kings event that is going on either, Orbital. We've got, I mean, during all our breaks, you'll see all of the 15 Kings events that are coming up in the next little bit. But monthly, coming up with Valorant events, but not just Valorant, other esports too, to be joined. There's a 1,500 euro tournament for FIFA and COD coming up in the next month. I mean, listen, basically, what I'm saying is, if you aren't tuned in to the Twitter, if you aren't tuned in on the Discord, then you need to get over there and figure it out, because absolutely everything happening there for this 15 King side, and I'm excited. I mean, we've gotten halfway through the day one of the 500 euro invitational, and I mean, if this is what we've gotten day one, Orbital, I can't wait for what we see the rest of the day plus day two. But with that, it is just about time for you and I, at least, to bid everyone farewell. We're going to have, I believe, Doc and Seymour come in. As they're going to take you through the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. But don't worry, there will be more of us here tomorrow, but we'll see you then. Anyway, stick around. We've got much more Valorant to come here in just a few minutes.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? You made a monster. You made a monster.
midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. My good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going and going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
go.
Invincible.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me now and we'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. city nights and satellites. When I'm over losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm over losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. monster. You made a monster.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now I'm really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
go.
Invincible.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn it down.
empty, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Through the dark, stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero.
first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 15 Kings Invitational. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Doctor, and we are heading in to the playoff stage of the tournament. We just got through the group stages, still best of ones, but we're heading into the make or break, Doctor. This is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited. The teams have been playing out of their minds all day long already. We did just finish up our group stage. Now we're heading into the playoffs, like you said. And teams, like I said, they're already on top of their game, and they need to step it up one more notch to keep going here today.
Oh, one more notch and beyond. I mean, there's so much more even after this. So we got Goose House going up against GMT, and Icebox is where they're going to meet their maker. So this is going to be exciting. Not too many times you're going to see Icebox picked in a tournament. In best of one formats, I'd say, but here we are, and here we get to see the agent picks. What are you looking at right now in Icebox? What are you looking forward to?
We're probably going to see a lot of wall plants, very reminiscent of the old bind days where we have our sages already locked in. They're going to go for those plants very early on really either site. You can get it done. As you can see, the Vipers also locked in, taking over that Molotov job that we previously saw with Brimstone. It's a lot easier for her to activate them. You know, those snake bites can go quick and fast onto those spikes and really cause a lot of problems. So definitely see a lot of that. And then everything else we're looking at here, pretty standard, right? We got the Jets, the Sovas. We do have a Killjoy here on the attacking side first, which another Molotov in the mix just makes it that much harder to defuse the spike once it's down.
Very standard, very straightforward. And as just a reminder for everybody, behind the scenes, the 15K Invitational, 15 Kings Invitational is best of one in the round 1 and round 2 of playoffs. Then in the semifinals, tomorrow, we're going to have a best of 3 followed by a best of 5 grand finals. Everything's single elimination. So when I say make or break, this is literally do or die between these teams. You see frenzies, pardon me, you see ghosts and classics with a little bit of light armor bought in this round 1 pistol round. And honestly, when you look at a map like Icebox, I'm not really kind of deterred by not seeing anything aggressive between these two teams.
No, I mean, I would almost expect a lot of frenzies if you were to go for the A site here on the pistol round. But as you can see on the map here, GMT looking very focused over at the B site, which has a lot more longer angles. You can get a lot more productivity out of the ghosts here. The one-tap ability just really shines. So it makes a lot of sense if that's what their game plan is. And with the Viper Wall usage, 100% confirmed, they're going to be looking at this B site.
You do have the Sage Wall as well with the Viper to kind of block off extra line of sight to get that spike down as fast as possible. You took a look at the middle of the map. Goosehouse did have a little bit of presence aggressively there, but what they don't know is that this is a total bamboozle. They've rotated 4 players to B, and the attack's actually at A. So Sage here, Yuan, gonna have quite the trouble. He's gonna have to back up, play their life, and most likely give up the plant for a 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, the Gooses are going to have to go to rotations, but look at the map. There's still people dueling over on the B site, 1 versus 1, trying to get something done here. But Goose is already on the spike. There's no way. They get it to halfway, fall away, but everybody else is falling to the dirt.
Headshot from Shark. You can have some trades back and forth, but here you can see Visser in the last one standing. The Jet here is going to get rid of the Recon Bolt. Here's the toss across the zip line, and it's going to peek wide for Purpo. The opposition's Jet take them down for round 1 victory to GMT.
You could already look and see how much time was going to be bought there by those Molotovs on the spike. They came out. You have to completely vacate the area, because even if you then get hit by that shock dart that you saw, you know, just cascading by, you're dead. You're just in the dirt. See you next round. And so they had to fall away, and in that 1v2 situation, it's so much more difficult to get onto the spike and actually plant the defuse down. So pistol round, gonna go over to GMT, pretty solid start, and they're purposely buying up here. They're gonna be able to take that economic advantage a little bit further than you would expect.
You know, you're looking here at Goosehouse to answer back with their pistols, but not just yet. They walk into Xenon's terror of a Bulldog, and 3 go down swiftly. The rest of the team here to back up their Vipers so they don't drop that Bulldog into the enemy's hands. And Visser in the last one here for Goosehouse is going to peek into that, see if they can make it a little bit expensive, but GMT only losing 1 in that skirmish. That's a 2-0 swift lead here, as expected. We are going into this round 3 now with rifles going to the side of Goosehouse and GMT, if they can keep their front foot forward, looking for a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the stuff built up. And I mean, look at Xenon just absolutely mowing people down, gets the 3K before falling to the Classic finally. But I mean, so much damage done there. And they're still pretty strong coming into this next round as well. I mean, fully kitted to an extent, right? Like their rifles aren't the best, but they have full armor on everybody. They have decent weaponry for the map. So they're definitely going to be able to get something done here if they can get that first frag on the board.
Poison orb emitted.
Caps is gonna have some trouble here as the ghost is looking to get around that owl drone. Not sure if the owl drone has spotted him. Now you know the recon bolt in the back. They're gonna know exactly where this Viper is sitting. It's actually blocked off from Ewan, but still Ewan through the smoke. He's gonna take down one player with their teammate fighting another one off screen. Everybody falling for GMT. As now you're down to 2, all at the hands of Caps. Now spots out 1, smoke's gonna go down, and that's 2 players in your sight lines that you are not ready for. As Flammable is gonna answer back with 1 towards GMT's side, but stock really is GMT. Goose House in a really good position to put this one away.
Yeah, those opening frags coming out just really put the stamp down on the round. They lost all momentum trying to get aggressive there, and now they're stuck in this little kind of wishy-washy position where there's no flank coming in, so they're not going to get pinchered, and there is the opportunity if they get this frag on the Versern to get the spike down. They dink them, but it's not enough. But there's nobody on the A site, so if they're quick about it, they can still get the plant.
If they are, they're going right through the middle of the map. They're going to recover a Spectre here, and possibly, yes. Still deciding to go to A. There is a cutoff between both. Not even going to walk into Matic. It is going to be Holtzen who shuts down both of them from the A site. The Rays getting the last 2 kills, and that's the first round for Goose House. Off the rifles. Now, it's another round where you would expect them to take it, but after seeing GMT's first 2 rounds, you were thinking that they still had a chance there. It's just the players really stepping up to the plate there. Viscerin especially with those first 2.
Yeah, the Goose House really taking advantage of their superior economic advantage there to hold those angles a lot tighter than they previously would have been able to. So now that they have a round on the board, they did have to rebuy Caps a Guardian, which not the greatest, but it's still serviceable. There was a 4K earlier in the day that we saw on stream with that weapon, so you can definitely make some magic happen. But for now, they're just going to spread out. It looks like GMT are once again looking towards that B site, but Shark is going to open up the round quite quickly and even gets a little bit more knowledge.
Viscerin getting a little bit aggressive there. You know, maybe a misinformation, not expecting a player to be up top on that sideline, but Shark really getting away with that one. Viscerin definitely not ready, and here you can see that the B site, it is going to be GMT stepping off of their aggression for this half of the map, rotating back over with their Killjoy Shark, who's taking quite a bit of real estate, and even more now that Maddox gone. So really, GMT, opportunity to plant.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade
out. They're going in quite aggressively. Tons of smokes, tons of utility being used just to really clear out the site and make sure that they can get this down. They even use the Sage Wall there up in the top area. Spike down. And I'm actually a little surprised at this save call. It's non-traditional, at least from what I've seen, where with 3 members alive, you're not even going to willingly risk going for it, but I guess it makes sense because you won the last round. You're on that economic reset. You're only going to get 1900 credits here, so 3 rifles is a fairly significant thing to carry into the next round.
I feel like the B site would be different for a 3-on-5, but the A site's pretty tightly knit when you get those post plants set up. So, you know, it's not the worst thing to see the setup. I mean, you're basically, unless you lose a player at the end here, you're granted 3 weapons into the next round, and you most likely buy up for your teammates as well. But Yoon here is gonna have some trouble if GMT hunt this one down, but it seems like there's just gonna be shots from afar trading back and forth. Neither team want to give up anything right now. They're just gonna concede that round to GMT.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying earlier, we're in the playoffs now. Everything matters. It's still best of 1, so you need to have your best foot forward at all times. And that means literally every single round, you need to be on top of your game. And so, you know, being able to carry those 3 rifles in, it's looking like they're actually going to be able to, for the most part, get a full buy. You are going to see Versern here with the Bladestorm and potentially the Sheriff. They're thinking about it. They want to be able to buy again next round. So they do get the Sheriff. They do have the Bladestorm, though, so we'll see if they do decide to pop that as well. Caps, once again, with this Guardian. It's not stellar, right? It's not the best, but if they can get these 1v1s, they can actually make something happen with it.
You get the job done, not here, not now, but at times. This is going to be first blood to GMT, who can be aggressive considering they do have the Sage Res in hand too, so they're going to go really fast onto the site, burn the Viper, ulti, but 3 line up for Yoon. Only fighting 2 out of it, but still the follow-up. Matic going to close out in a 2-on-1 now, looking to pick up Shark. Perfect timing for Holtzen to shut this one out. That's going to be another round of Goose House with a misplay from GMT. I'd say you usually want to check that corner, and I guarantee you they don't do that a second time.
No, let's look at this again. Ewan just absolute free firing there into just many bodies. Completely shuts the round down as well. So big W there from the Goose House, I would say. They do take up the round again. They're able to full buy off the back of it. And look at the economy there on the side of GMT. Absolute shambles with regard to not Purpo, who does still have over 3,000 credits, which is a lot at this point. Good paint can, does quite a bit of damage there.
And the Blade Storm used as well in that round too. So that's not going to be on the board anymore for Goose House.
You should run.
Lockdown to entry for GMT. Alton actually sticking his ground, hoping that the aggression is going to come out right on the side. Matic setting up to shut it down with the shock dart and lockdown. Taken out of here. The walk on site for either one. 2-for-2 trade on either team. Still a scrimmage now.
They do still have a lot of smokes though, Colin, on the side of the Goose House. You know, they still have the Jet and the Viper that can be quite problematic in getting the plant down on the side of GMT.
Purpo landing this player on site, so here's a plan. And the suffocation from Goose House going to be inbound. The snake bite from afar, Flammable going to lose their life. The spike did go down, so Purple can set up for this post plant with Shark. They are still stuck in a really unfortunate situation. Making the most out of it, though, is going to be Purpo as he does take down Caps. Purpo in a 1v2, 13 health. The updraft displays their attention. Matic going to go down now. A one-on-one Jet v Jet. And the bombs diffused to halfway. So there's plenty of time to take this fight. Now Purple's going to swing wide into it. The bait is solid. Viscerin ties this up.
What a great retake there. It all started off incredibly strong. The snake bite went in. It picked up the kill there on a Flammable, making it that 3v2. Things got a little bit shaky there when they started losing the trades after, though. Viscerin, you know, being able to stay alive for the longest point, to be able to actually put themselves in that 1v1 position. Somehow Purpo actually took out Matic with only 13 HP. Like, Purpo had 13 HP, took the trade, won it, and then was still able to take it reasonably close up against Viscerin as well. So really awesome play there from Purpo. It just, that time, wasn't enough.
It's exactly where you want to be, though. If you're Goose House, you go down to 0-2 at the start of this. Now you're right back into the driver's seat, or at least competition for the driver's seat. 3-3.
Toxin screen down.
Lots of ults across the board for either team, so plenty of win conditions to deal with. It's looking like a B entry, just looking for a mistake. And Caps again caught out on the yellow crate. But still no go-ahead to take this site as they are being cautious here. Waiting for that mid control to come out. Showstopper from Holtzen. He's going to swing across the whole board. Not landing anything. In fact, going to lose his life. The Showstopper not stopping anything this time around. And from all of that, it's Viscerin all alone in a 1v5.
Completely different round from last one. And what an aggressive Showstopper. It should have... You know, that's not an abnormal play either, right? Like, that is something that a lot of raises will be able to do because it just makes sense that you're going to be trapped in that corridor as soon as you start seeing everybody. The shot just whiffed was really what it came down to. So sad days there, but what an obliteration round from GMT. They take it flawless, they take it on frags, and now look at the buy coming in from the Goose House. Once again, back in shambles, back down, you know, in the alleyway, trying to scrap for change, and they're going to have the Bulldog and the Vandal, but it's not a great buy. Half of your team is on Sheriff Light Armor.
I've seen crazier things happen. With this, Cap's actually going to get really aggressive. Takes a few shots to the shoulder, down to half. Peeking for information there with that Sheriff. Maybe finding a head in the distance, but nothing but pain from that initial sight. And Viscerin actually finding first blood across the map. Shark going to go down. That's a big pick to Killjoy off the board.
I'm not super thrilled with these Caps, opening round looks. They just haven't largely been successful, and Caps hasn't really had the weaponry to be as aggressive as they should be with, right? Like most of the times they're having either the Guardian or that Sheriff, and so they do end up being first blooded quite a bit this time. Though they got a little bit lucky, they were able to get out of dodge safely, and the first blood that did come through was quickly erased there by that nice revival coming in from GMT. So once again, they're sneaking back over to the B site that doesn't have a lot of representation on it right now. We are going to get that Viper Wall coming up as well. That should signal the rotations.
Revealing area.
30 seconds left.
For Goose House, no healing, as it was Caps who escaped from the site and got healed up, so nothing from the initial fights coming out of his Shark, though getting a lot out of this flank. He's going to find the second for his team. Hunt is very out of play. 5 go down immediately from Goose House as GMT walk into that site with a heavy chest, and they take out a solid 5th round.
Absolute domination once again, 2 rounds in a row, just lighting up the entirety of the Goose House. And so now it is going to be a buy round coming in from Goose House, which they were kind of shaky on last time, but it's again not a perfect buy. They have that Judge there on Viscern, who does still have the Bladestone available. They've had it available for a couple of rounds now. We haven't seen it used just yet. Ewan also having that revive now, so maybe they can get a bit aggressive and follow it up with that revive.
Look at this, is a different setup from GMT than we usually see. Nobody to the B side. It's a lot of information gained from Viscern, who's expecting this.
Nowhere to run!
All mid control right now to GMT. They're going to Sage Wall behind them so that nobody can follow up. The Hunter's Fury to cut off the inside of the A site. Spikes down from Shark, so that's going to be an unfortunate situation, but now they know Holtzen, at least on the site. The trades, everything going the way of GMT. Nobody, except for that initial drop of Shark, gonna be out of play right now. It's all up to Viscern and this Bladestorm to get the most of this ultimate, do some damage with it, in fact, but the stonks are through the roof. The stonks are literally through the roof of your GMT right now.
Yeah, they lose one, but they've built up an economy now that's not gonna be the biggest deal. I mean, look at that, 7,900 credits on Shark himself. Definitely gonna be able to rebuy himself, no problems whatsoever. And it's another tragedy round there for the Goose House, who were looking to really be able to take it. I mean, the flank coming through from Purpo really strong once again. Uses the smoke and the Viper Wall there to get himself into that higher position, able to shoot down there onto Holtzen, who tried, right? They got some shots on target. They just were getting hit from too many angles at that point. They couldn't survive. And here comes the Viper Wall again. Viscern getting a little far forward. They're really, the whole team's here. Everybody's here.
Hey, sometimes this is what you need to do. Just meet fire with fire right on the front line, and even finding kills and quite the damage onto Wintry Rook, who is going to burn their healing and rotate over to the A site here. All 5 players from GMT with Lurking, Jet, Purpo. But now all 5 dedicating here, Yoon is going to have a troubling battle. And if you go down, that's going to be no res either for your team. The Sage Wall going to decide that this is an A hit. Spike's going to go down, and the retake.
Spike planted.
5 on 4.
Just go defuse right now. Don't even try and get any frags. Just walk over, stick the defuse. They'll never know.
Until the sound comes out, and Wintry Rook's going to be right there. If you can catch Wintry Rook off, the attacker's going to use their lockdown, so it should stall this out, but Yoon is going to hop this right away, get it to half, even defuse this likely, but that's a beautiful nano swarm from Shark. The turret, in fact, going to get it something else. Shark literally doing it all here, as Cap's going to try to hop on from half, get the rest of this ticked out, and he's going to do it. A clutch from Caps, 1v2, gets the defuse, and Goose House in an unwinnable round give himself a 4th.
I was half right. Oh no, that was insane. They're not in the wall either, right? You can watch all these bullets just flying by, and they do finally get the headshot. But what a series of events to get to that point, because Ewan had the right idea. Throw up the wall, get some, clouds from your team, go for the defuse, and it was a pixel away, literally a pixel from getting the defuse there. And I thought they had it, honestly. I thought the round was done and over right there. but they died. I don't know how they died, why they died. Everything just fell apart at that point. And I was like, all right, round's over. The attacker, you know, Killjoy ultimate's going to go off and they're not going to be able to get anything done here. But somehow they still had that Viper smoke available and it all worked out in the end. And it's, like you said, a 4th round for Goose House, just playing once again into the unstoppable economy of GMT right now.
Halton finds a big trade taking out that Sage. You lose your life, but I think that is well worth it. In fact, now the Sonar not gonna catch out Matic, so I have no idea that the Silva is underneath. He's gonna come out with a kill as soon as Flammable goes for the plant. Your teammate standing tall around you gets the res of Halton just for that economic stability at the end of it. You lose Caps off site, you know exactly where Xenon is, and he is not in a position to get onto the site as his own Sage Wall is blocking this off.
Poison orb emitting.
I think right now you're just looking for the economic damage though, right? Like it's a 1v4, you have a rifle, you know that your opponents are weak. Any frag you pick up here removes 3,900 plus credits from the game, and that's huge for Goose House, who are not very wealthy at the moment.
I think the best thing going for Xenon right now is nobody's flanking him. But he has no idea about that. He's going to walk into Matic. 3K for the round. 5 on the board for Goose House. They're clawing their way back once again and just maybe can come out with a 6-6 half, which is phenomenal considering the position they were in. You have to give it all to Caps. Really heroic moment in that past round. And I would say that makes up for all those first bloods that he conceded.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say so because it gave them that first round a little bit more, economy to work with. They were able to win that next round off a really strong A hold as well. And now it's the final round and a half. They're pretty much even on weaponry as well. There's that Bulldog in their hands for one player, but largely they're on the same footing, which is how we have not seen them yet this game. So they do have the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper once again, but GMT are also fully loaded. They have the Blade Storm, the Resurrection, and that Viper's pit that could become a problem if they can actually get the spike down. So we'll see if they can do that. There's lots of attention on the B site right now.
Caps a new home on the B site. See if it lasts a little bit longer. Matic gonna come out with a shocked, the Hunter's Fury kill in it. This is a big trade, 1-for-1. Slows down this attack. GMT out there. Killjoy, the attack gonna walk right into Caps, who finds 2. Gonna force the res from Wintry Rook. The Toxic Storm from Xenon immediately taken off. Perfect positioning for the Sage here, and in fact gonna avoid the wall as well. A 1v3 made a 1v2, and Goose House tie us up 6-6.
Switching sides.
I think on the first 3 rounds, you could see that this might be expected. The next couple rounds, things got a little bit shaky, but if you're looking here at the half, you can see the scoreboard. It was actually reasonably close for the most part. There was that surprise defusal that had that gone the other way, then it would have been very solidly a GMT half, but because of that one hero play from Caps, it's a even halfway mark here, 6-6 apiece, and now we're heading into the second half. Dead even. It's the pistol round. It all starts from here. Basically, you just need to win 7 rounds in a row before your opponent does.
It's exactly what you need to do. That would be a perfect world to come out like that. Back in the pistol round here. You see Frenzies this time around actually for the Goose House. Running a little bit faster than attack at A, and definitely off the back of this, Viserion loses their head to Flammable. So not what you want at the start of this if you're the Goose House. It's going to stall you out, immediately runs off this site, and take a look at this. They're walking right into Xenon. Ghost in hand. The infantry make it 2 for himself. Headshot 1x2, and that is going to be troubling for Goose House now. A 2v4 to win this out. To get this spike down would be tough.
The wall-on-wall action there means that the spike's still going to go down, though.
Definitely. Caps here picks up the Ghost. That was dropped by Xenon. See if it will have as much use as the opposing Viper. Great side-by-side. Caps goes down, but they find 2 between the both of them. And if the Sage goes down, it's definitely possible. Yeah, that is going to be quite the flick from you. A 2v4, Doctor, as this is such an interesting game. Icebox brings wonders to these teams.
Yeah, this game's completely turned on its head now. I don't know where this is going at the moment, but for the first time, we are going to see the Goose House take the lead in the map. And watch this. Xenon, 2 perfect shots, right? Dink, donk, does go down in the end, but it doesn't even matter. You did your job, and then it's a 4v2, and then obviously we saw what happened after that, and that's where things fell apart on the side of GMT, but definitely not Xenon's fault there. They did their job. They got the 2 kills before falling.
Xenon did more than what was expected in that sense, but look at GMT this time around. Gonna put an aggressive wall out from the B site. Your whole team walking so far forward here. I don't think Goose House has any sort of idea that this is coming out from behind them. No idea at all. Caps even walks off of this corner. What a surprise that is. Bonk. Caps is down. The nade's gonna do a ton of damage across them. But Shark is like a second.
Does eventually fall, but look at that. Back and forth. Yoon with the resurrection already from the earlier solid 4K and does bring him back to life, and they're able to carry 3 weapons into the next round.
That was phenomenal from GMT, but just Goose has withstood the pressure. They had the right idea, Doctor. In that whole sense, the right play call, right timing. Caps had, I mean, no idea what was coming from. As soon as you turn that corner and you lose your life, Shark comes out with 2 to open up that round. It's just the economic difference in that was so significant that those submachine guns were just too much to deal with at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, you had 1 stolen SMG plus a bunch of pistols into full SMGs and rifles on the other side. So you just got beaten down by a money sack at that point. But now we're in the 3rd round of the half. They have these full buys. They got Phantoms and Vandals galore. This is when things can start evening up the pace. And so we do get the early snakebite there to try and delay that plant a little bit more. But they're already in the site, already taking kills. But Xenon takes first blood on the Hulks.
Halston goes for the fancy blast pack play again, but loses his life initially. Both duelists out of play. This is all GMT so far. In the first rifle round of the game, or of the half, we're seeing all of a sudden Caps to make something happen with this. The lineup with the snakebite. Winter Rook's gonna get to half hops off of it. Caps even finding kill off of this. I mean, he's done it before. I mean, is he gonna do it again? The hero play from Caps himself. It's a troubling start, but not the finish you'd like to have here. Caps gonna lose out another round to GMT, and they bring us to a 1-round deficit, 8-7.
Does bring it back, but I mean, that was the bonus round for Goose House anyway, so they're not too concerned about losing that round. They're going to be able to full buy here, except for Caps, it looks like, who did have that high-end purchase, we'll call it, there on the last round. Going for that Phantom on round 2 does kind of put you in an awkward position on round 4. So right now, they are going to be dealing with just that Sheriff. Hopefully, they can steal away one of these rifles of GMT, but it's up to their teammates to unlock that DLC for them.
Toxic is gonna, or the ultimate from the Viper is gonna be used from Goose House, or sorry, from GMT on the A site. There's nobody on A to be seen from Goose House. It's all except one going to the B side of the map. The 2v4 technically in the midst of it. They're gonna spot that turret, get rid of it. Wintry Rook right behind it, holding their own.
Here.
Pinging out the edge of the box there and just trying to find something or anything. They're actually going to shock dart that ping. So that was a call made that there was somebody waiting behind that corner. But as we can see, thanks to the lovely spectators, that is not true. So trying to spray out, make sure there's no nano swarms there. But Hulks is actually going to take out Wintry Rook and give the opportunity for plant now.
That's the Cap gonna put that one down. Caps planting the spike. The smoke's good to make sure they're safe. And the escape as well. Right down long to line up once again. Caps, you know he knows this lineup. We've seen it already. The 2 players as well from Goose House holding down on Yellow Crate for that wide swing. Halton and Viscera and both duelists is going to take the fight. Shark is going to take down the second one. So hand in hand, going to come down. I don't know if they did get the snake bite off at the last second. It's all up to the Sage to make this happen. The snake bite is on board. Flammable is going to be holding it. Gets it to half. Finishes off on the defuse as well. We got a tie game once more.
Yeah, that defuse time, pretty self-sufficient. There with the snake bite, the most recent changes to Viper, making it so that her abilities don't give you that instant 50 decay. It's now instant 30 decay. So even if you are tagged up by a wall or the smoke orb during the snake bite, it's not as lethal as it once was. So you can hold that defuse for a little bit longer than you would have previously. So they do that. They get the round win, and like you said, they tie it up. Things are looking pretty good for GMT once again. They've won 2 in a row. They have full rifles still, whereas we're seeing sheriffs on the side of the Goose House, and this is looking very similar to the first half.
I mean, we've literally seen Goose House win around with this type of economy as well. Purpo is going to be forced off their high ground control with that recon dart. On site, Halston and Viscerin to open up, but nothing going their way. Shark finds a second onto Matic. The plant trying to go down, but nobody to watch his back here. Everybody from Goose House is falling, looking like a flawless round. Yuan, the last one standing here, does take down Winterrook off that zipline, but that's about it. With that brilliant headshot to end it out. No flawless for GMT, but solid enough. You're going to come out with the round win and take that lead right on back.
Yeah, things are looking pretty strong for them. We're seeing a full buy now once again from the Goose House, though. So this is where they really need to turn on those afterburners. They need to take this round here, because if they lose once again for the 4th round in a row, yes, they'll have that max loss round bonus, but it means that there is going to be that much more of an economic hold that GMT has on their side. And we saw that in the first half where, they were at that 7,900 point, halfway through the half, but that one magic round from Caps brought it all back. For now, though, they're on the attacking side, and I don't think you have the opportunity for that same miracle play, right? Like, you don't have a magic defuse. You just kind of have to win the rounds, whether it's by killing everybody or by playing sneakily around an already planted spike. And right now, it seems they're struggling with getting that spike down.
I feel like their attacks looking a lot more reactionary than proactive as well, Doctor. They just need to kind of start taking initiative onto these rounds, but I think it's just GMT setting up such solid defensive holds that are causing this trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing very slow pushes. Like, even this is hyper slow. We're down below a minute already, 45 seconds left on the clock. Smokes on smokes on smokes, and they're just waiting. They're relaxing, waiting for somebody on the defensive side to make a push, but GMT are totally fine with just sitting back and waiting for the push to come. Even now, like, they are outnumbered. Now they're super outnumbered. That was a sick shot from Viscerin, but what can they do now? Here comes the Viper's pit from the defender's side, and the spike's planted.
Caps down though, so no Viper's pit for either team technically. Winterrook trying to take that one-on-one. Not going to go their way, so Spike's going to go down 3-3, and technically the health pool quite even from either side. Viscerin looking for a little bit more as well. So Lockdown going to break this one up. They know exactly where Matic is. Flammable's going to swing wide on him. 2v3 for the retake.
Turret out.
Health not looking too good on Flammable, as UN takes him down to even us up one more time. Even Shark got off here, so trade by trade we are. Purpo, 2 health and an operator. I mean, it's a one-shot kill with this gun, but with that res, it's going to be a little bit tough. UN swings wide after it. A little bit of a distraction, dissuades the attention of Purpo, and takes that swing with the Phantom. So there we go, 9-9. Goose House tie us up again.
That revive, whether Goose House knew it or not, was actually checkmate, because there's only one shot left in Purpo's operator. So even if you use it to kill the reviving teammate, you now don't have a shot for the reviver. So just absolute checkmate there. Whether, like I said, I don't think they could have known there was only one bullet left in the operator, but you're just going for that numbers advantage at that point, or even if you're using it as bait, like it looks like, because as soon as that resurrection comes in, they swung out, they got the frag, and they were able to pick up the round win. So just they didn't have a winning position there with so little health and so little bullets.
Winterrook quiet as a mouse. Swings wide, Matic right off the ultimate orb. Rips their head out of it. We did get a trade off screen as well, so it is going to stay even off of that misplay there. Winterrook, actually, they had no idea he was in there with the Viper's wall that kind of cut it off as well, Doctor. So really hoping he came out with that kill, but standout play from Matic.
And this is going to take a bit more from the Goose House if they want to really take control of the site once again. They, did a little bit of economic last time, but for right now they're playing very slow, and it's still even. It's 4v4. They have that Hunter's Fury. They could use that to fish out maybe a little bit of knowledge, or if they're using it after the spike goes down. But Shark's in a great position. Sark can open this up so wide.
He opens it up. Door's wide open now. UN out of play. Doesn't get any more than just that one, so we still are even. Cap's gonna go for the plant for Goose House, something they've been struggling with. They finally get it down. And now to set up your post plants in this situation, you're gonna hop up top. Caps gets the better of Xenon. And Viscerin escapes even off of that aggressive position, so this is gonna be a tough retake for GMT. Purple makes it just possible though with that shot. You do have your shock darts too from Flammable, so if you want to take some angles after getting this kill, it's going to be solid, but you have to get that kill if you wanted to use your utility. Now Purple in a 1v2, tough situation here. You get the double peek from each side. Caps is going to put the nail down. And another round of the Goose House, 10-9. They take that advantage and give themselves double digits. This is a nail biter.
Yeah, that round, another really solid one there from the Goose House. Even if you don't win that trade there, as long as Matic was alive, they had the Hunter's Fury available, so they would have been able to use that to dissuade the defusal there, and it was pretty deep in there into the countdown, so probably could have won the round off the back of that. But now they're fully kitted up. They have the Blade Storm ready for Viscerin. They have a full eco on the side of GMT. I think this is the first actual full eco. I know it's not like full, they're not on classics, but like they don't have like SMGs or rifles or anything like that. So Sheriffs, that's what we're calling a full eco right now.
It's as close to a full eco as we've got in this game. Flammable with really aggressive angle. Caps with this hero rifle is going to take him down.
And even with everybody from GMT here, this is still a really hard hold to take because you're just on classics and ghosts at this point. Your flank is now, gone as Xenon falls. And you actually need to win these trades outright against fully rifled opponents. And they're making a bit of a rotation, but this is being read very cleanly by GMT, and they're going to be trying to catch somebody in this rotation.
It's the fact that Xenon dropped that makes this open, makes this possible, and I think that's GMT recognizing that. So like you said, read like a book here. Now, you just gotta shoot for some heads, shoot for some noggins here. Winter, you're looking to find a big kill onto Caps. The showstopper also used in this round, a little bit questionable. But I guess it's what you need, and he's gonna take two down with it. Winter, a Rocket Shark find their demise to that ultimate. Purple gonna go down to Maddox Phantom as well, and I guess a little bit expensive.
That was worth it. That was 100% worth it.
Definitely worth it.
So the reason it's worth it here is because, Shark does get that kill into Viscerin, and it also was the frag right before that, dropping the spike in and of itself. So had they not gotten that double kill, the potential for just a stray shot to come through, pick somebody off when they were trying to do something productive was too high. The showstopper comes through, it opens up that door for the spike to go down, and it makes it that 1v3 situation. So it's expensive, I guess, but you're trying to win right now, Colin. You need those W's, and that certainly stamped it on that round.
Look, this is the first time in forever that we've had a 2-round lead for one of these teams. This has just been so back and forth. I'd say, I mean, yes, you had a 2-round lead like earlier in this half, but this has been just a solid rifle round. It
was the first 2 rounds.
It's like this is the first time that we've seen a rifle round lead of 2 rounds. So this is really big for the side of the Goose House. They're really coming alive in this half, and like we were stating, they were having trouble at the start of this attacking side, having trouble getting that spike down, getting their plants out. But I think they're starting to find their footing here. They're starting to find that proactive play that they needed.
Yeah, and now they're within 2 of actually winning the map. So taking a bit of a tactical pause here, GMT trying to figure out what they can do to really close this down and get back into a driving position for themselves. But it might take a lot, and they might actually have to play for overtime at this point because of where the game state is.
It's actually crazy too, because GMT is fully out fragging the Goose House on almost every player. So when it's coming down to it, it's really coming down to the objectives between these two squads, and you see some abilities used right out the gate. Purpo misses the first shot on that operator, lags one of the players, that's Holtzen. And just like just off of that information that they gained, the Goose House, they're automatically taking themselves to the A site.
Yeah, like just hearing the operator, they're like, nope, we don't want to deal with it. We'll go anywhere else. That was the only real information they garnered outside of the Viper utility being used. So they're like, Viper plus an operator, not where we want to be. Full rotation over to A, and it is looking like it's potentially going to be a 5v5 retake into a Viper's pit. But Shark could drop the spike here potentially.
Oh, he's in a really good position to make this happen, and that's the toxic pick out of bounds now. Shark only coming out of one, but a pick to make this retake possible, and the spike hasn't been planted yet either, so troubling if you're the Goose House. Leaving one corner unchecked has really stumped this whole attack.
Seconds left.
Spike's still not down, which is a huge problem here. Only 20 seconds left, and not a lot of utility in the back pocket still, so Spike getting halfway is finally going to be planted, but it's instantly peeked on and fragged.
And now set up these post plants, but really you just had to hold your own. Winter Rook's even going to get that refrag or the revive on his teammate, and all the back and forth that you could ask for from that whole fight. The operator's shining in this round from either side of this play, and GMT are going to keep their, I guess, their playoffs really tight here against the Goose House and bring it back to a one-round deficit, 10-11. You got on site, that was an absolute bloodbath between each team, Doctor.
Yeah, like you said, the operators, they're really popping off at the end. Purpo showing up once again for the GMT squad. The 3K, so crucial. I mean, that first shot opened up a lot of opportunity, and that final shot was super quick paced because they got that first kill onto the player in the back, and then you had not Matic, who was it? It was I think it was Ewan, the Sage player, up super close and wasn't quite able to get the shot on. That's a huge opener though.
It's everything right there. That's operator off the board too. So Viserion really leading this team to the B site, exactly what they need to. Xenon on this corner does find one. That's Caps going down, but still front foot forward, and Yuan offside two is taking mid control with Holtzen. And that is full B site, wide open, plant down. Shark here to make a hero 1v4 play. You have a lockdown, but I doubt you're going to use this lockdown in this round.
This is worst case scenario for GMT, right? They won the last round. They lose this round handedly. Like, they don't get to save probably anything. Shark is playing super safe, so I think they are going to try and save this rifle, but one rifle heading into the final round of the half where you're only given 1,900 credits to work with is not going to be a good look on the side of GMT. They're going to be so crippled here. Even if Shark survives...
Imagine if I died
right now. No way.
They heard the sound. They heard it.
Ice in the veins here. He's going to stick it through the wall. He does not have enough time to get that defuse, but props to Shark there. Balls of steel.
Took away 2 guns from Goose House as well. I mean, they're loaded, right? They have so many credits. They're fully invested, IRA, whole shebang. So they're going to be able to repurchase all of their weapons. Whereas on the side of GMT, they're making do. They're, eating the ramen packets in their dorm room at the moment, hoping that, mom and dad send them a couple bucks that they can Uber to class tomorrow. They're not having a good time right now.
I cannot believe that Shark actually did that. That was just.
I have the spike.
That was such a play that I was not expecting from himself. And you see Xenon early gonna drop some his toxic smoke onto the A site to dissuade the push to this half of the map.
Here.
But it's not even where Goose House is set up for. They're set up for the B site. They're looking to walk right into this site where you have the only Phantom for GMT on Shark, who's been absolutely fragging.
This is a good position for the Goose House right now. There's the one member, they do tag up Wintry Rook, so they know that there's been some rotations coming through, but they also heard the ultimate, so they know that it's over on the A site. They really want to do as much as possible to avoid going there. And look at this rotation. The Viper wall comes up, and they're like, oh, it's a fake. We're going to go elsewhere, but they're still sneaking around here, and it's all down to just Shark. Shark is the only one here, and if he falls, I think it's round over.
Purpo should have known this because he's holding the mid. He's holding mid. He should have called it if there's a rotation or not. In fact, there was no rotation, so Lockdown's gonna come out. Caps does get the plant, so they can set up for post plants, and Purpo has set up for this flank. Taking out one Viscerin. And you want to get his teammate right back in this. The Hunter's Fury. The double kill from Caps, making a triple on site. Really standing tall and standing proud for his squad. A 5v2 here for GMT just to keep their playoff lives alive. Purple on the Blade Storm, Wintry Rook with that Vandal. They've made it interesting. They've made it possible, but very low on health. This has got to be pitch perfect for this team. Holton swings wide, headshot with the blades. Winter stuck this defuse, holding their shoulder. Purpo, and nobody checks it. That's gonna be another round here for GMT. 12-11 heroics from their Jet Purpo and from their Sage Wintry Rook.
Absolutely stolen round. They stole that in plain view, plain sight. They, you know, like in Skyrim, when you just put the bucket on the shopkeep's head and you just loot everything, that's what just happened there. They slipped the bucket over onto the Goose's head and stole that round away out from under them. And now they're, because so many members died, they're still not good economically, but this is an overtime round. If they can win here, if they can hold on one more round, they bring it to overtime and make it an actual doable comeback.
Flammable Hunter's Fury tags up a few. I don't think you're not even going to be able to heal up both players, so Caps are going to remain low for a little bit.
Deploying drone.
Has slowed down this push. UN might get caught out here from the Owl drone, but look at that pick from Viscerin onto Shark, no less. The top fragger of GMT out of play now, and that's going to be a tough loss for your team. Oh no! Wintry Rook! The paint cans! That's pain and nothing but. And even Purple going down. Everything is turning up Millhouse here for GMT.
No charges
Two
left.
players left.
No charges left.
I mean, they've done it. They just did it last round, but these are two different players. Xenon and Flammable. Can they make it happen? The Snake
Two
Bite.
different weapons.
Spectre's not what you want in this situation. A Bulldog as well. You come out with a kill onto Holton. Good enough, but you loosen out on your secondary player. Xenon now to make it all happen has another one, but walks right into UN for a triple kill. That's going to be the Goose House moving on to the second round of playoffs.
That was hard fought. That was quite possibly the closest icebox map I've ever seen personally on a broadcast, or on a broadcast that I've been on, excuse me. But insane play from both teams. That was razor thin margins to work with, and somehow we do see, you know, the Goose House, climb back. Right, they had a bit of a deficit. They made it to the halfway point, made it 6-6, stumbled a little bit in the second half, but persevered and closed it out to the 13-11 scoreline.
I mean, that was just back and forth. That was so back and forth for me. So they were literally going pound for pound for each other till the end. The Goose House, they just found those rounds that were needed. I mean, GMT came out with the hero 2v4 at the end. And not to say Goose House hasn't done that either. I mean, you got your pistol round where they literally 2v4'd with a frenzy and a ghost. And then you have the round in the first half on defense when Caps stuck a defuse in a 1v3. There was so much that the Goose House were just getting away with that they probably shouldn't have. That were giving them that. You run that back, and I mean, that's probably just as close as the last game, and maybe GMT's half aside on that. I have to say that was very surprising, the outcome from a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, and so it is sad to say goodbye to GMT today, but the Goose House definitely earned that victory.
Oh, 100%. Now we're going to be moving on to round 2 of our playoffs. Another best of 1 here in the 15K or the 15 Kings Invitational. 500 pounds at the end of the line. First place team going to take all the money home. So now if you don't know who 15K Kings are here, if you're a GLG veteran, if you're from North America here, not so familiar with the EU side, or even if you're from EU and you don't know who 15K Kings are, well, 15 Kings, they're going to be doing monthly events for Valorant, and it's only the start of it right here with this invitational. Next month, they in fact have a 1,500-pound tournament with Monster DFace hosting, and a FIFA/COD tournament also coming up. And in their upcoming Fortnite tournament, there will be the likes of Benji Fish competing, a four-time world champion for Fortnite. So there is so much going on for 15 Kings on their end of it. We're going to head to a little bit of a break here, so stay tuned for some more Valorant action. We're going to be back with this Invitational with round 2 of our playoffs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here. We'll be right here shortly.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah.
me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
I told you it wouldn't be long, and here we are with the second round of our playoffs. Team Singularity and Patchwork coming at you with this next best of one on Bind No Ls. Once again, it's myself, Seymour, alongside Doctor to bring you this action. And oh wow, is this going to be quite the game? I am excited to finally see this Team Singularity team play. I was watching them earlier, and they are quite a sight to behold. This is going to be quite the game, and I can't wait to see Patchwork what they can bring against this team.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this matchup, particularly. We're on Bind, one of the most practiced maps in Valorant history. So these teams are they're locked in. Like, they should be absolutely cracked on this map because, like I said, there's no map you've played as much as Bind ever. It's just not possible in Valorant. So they're going to be practiced. They're going to be knowing their lineups, their game plans, everything that they have going for them is going to be the best possible right now. So they will have everything on lock. They have to play out of their mind here from both sides.
Oh, speaking of Bind, as a map like that being as practiced as you can ask for, we're heading into the agent pick. So who do you want to see? What do you want to see from these teams?
So, I mean, I want to see more Viper, right? Like, Viper has always been my favorite agent. It's already locked in, too. Dima insta-locked that. So, all right, good stuff. I want to see Yoru, but that's just because I think his aesthetic is super cool. Obviously, garbage agent, rework, please already, Riot. But I would like to see it. We're not going to. Is it harsh, though? I mean, like, is it harsh if it's true, is what I'm trying to say here, Colin.
I guess not. Guess no. I mean, like, Yoru's got feelings too, though. Like,
technically not. It's an inanimate object. It's code in a video game, so it doesn't really have feelings if you think about it.
I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with you.
Listen, I'm just talking truths, and I'm sorry that chat's not ready for it today. You know, I'm sorry.
Back into the hero pick though. We got you don't see any Yoru picks after all. A Sky pick, something we don't see too often on both teams. So get ready for plenty of flashes from these teams.
Yeah, the Team Singularity team composition is actually pretty different from what we typically see here from our perspective. So it's got the Viper, it's got the Astra, it's got the Sky, all great agents in their own right. It's just so weird seeing them all on the same team, all at the same time. You know, obviously, like you said, lots of flashes. So I'll be curious to see how those work because I'm still in the Breach camp, right? Like, I don't know why teams don't play Breach. There's 3 flashes, they last forever. You have the Fracture, you have the Lava Burst. Like, it seems like they'd be a good agent, and it's almost like teams are doing everything in their power to not play Breach.
Aggression right out C-Long, the flash from the Sky as well, gonna clear out Fountain. You see Bisq actually going for the chase as well. Plenty of information gained from this side, but it's going to leave the A site a little bit open. It's not as many people here. You now know there's a player inside. Inside lights. It is going to be Dima. And their Astra as well, right alongside. So you do have the reinforcements, but it's all a bait once more. You're still undecided on where Patchwork wants to take this fight. But you take a look at the minimap and you look at Bisq's situation, and if they rotate back to B, that's got to be quite the liability.
It's not only a ton of time being eaten up on the clock here, but they may not expect Bisq, and they certainly didn't. Takes out the first kill, first blood of the map so far, and what a big one to have. Goes for the second, does finally get the shot, and gets that tailwind back in their pocket.
That's the most you can ask for from Bisq. I mean, there's literally nothing else you can ask for from Bisq in that situation. Even if you do go down and get traded after finding that second one, that is perfect from the Jet, being that far pushed up. You see the Sky has showered control for Patchwork. It's going to lead this attack to the A site. Not really anything else that you can do in a 3v3. The best chance that you have onto it. You are going to drop a flash inside lights. It's going to force out this opposition. You spot out the player inside Heaven as well. And the first round heal from Leo going to be so strong for that Sky. And the retake 5 on 3. They haven't given it too much. Dima drops though, so Patchwork getting a little bit out of him, and out you go for Zaya.
Yeah, trying to get onto the site. Here comes the shots, though. They're all going to connect. Great retake here from Team Singularity, but what are you supposed to do about this Molotov? The defuse is delayed by that first one. Here comes the second one, and we'll see if they have enough time they might just go for it at this point just to try and get it to halfway.
Poison's
It
off.
gives plenty of time for Zyda to get back here for a 2-on-1 against Biz, but Biz still comes out of it. Trade inside, onside, hitting this defuse. Can you get the lineup if you're Zyda? You do, but there's plenty of time to finish that lineup, that defuse that you started, and that's going to be a first-round pistol round for Singularity. A lot dicier than I thought it would be after that first 2 that Bisk came out with, but you still get the round win nonetheless. It's just props to Zyda and Zion for keeping that as close as you can ask for.
Man, just great play there from Singularity. You know, obviously that super long flank from Bisk threw a whole monkey wrench into Patchwork's plans, and they really seemed out of shape after that point. They waited so long in order to take an attempt to get that spike down, and you know, they did eventually get it down, but even then, like, the retake was a little bit sloppy, or the retake defense was a little bit sloppy, and now they're trying to do it again.
Spike down A.
Take one down, take a second one as well, and that's all players on Patchwork out of it. Brilliant round from Singularity, as expected from a round 2 where you do have the economic advantage. You only lose out on Dima in that round as well, so not too damaging. And that's going to leave you in a bonus here for round number 3. And Patchwork actually only Sheriffs here. Not going to force up to the rifles. Questionable in my eyes. How do you feel about that?
Looking at the economy, they must have overbought in the round before this, trying to even it up and trying to go 1-for-1 at that point, because at this point they would have had mid 2000s based off the 800 cost of the Sheriff. So not what you would typically expect if they full saved that round 2. So they were greedy with it. They overbought, they overpurchased. It means that they're going to get that 4th round rifle round, which isn't so bad. I've seen it before, that sometimes on purpose where you save on a round, into like a full save on around like 3, but it means that, you know, Singularity are going to be given that opportunity to build up that much more bank, because presumably they win this round, which would traditionally be the bonus round where full rifles on the side of Patchwork, but because it's just Sheriffs, like, you have to expect they come out quite cleanly here, maybe lose 1 or 2 members, as they've already lost 1.
Expect clean here from Patchwork, like you said, coming out with that first pick. Leaves things a little bit thin for Team Singularity. The gravity well from Enlair not going to land onto Leo, but it does look like the follow-through for the A site is going to come out from the Sheriffs. On site we are. Dima swings wide onto Zyda, but trade is going to be there for Patchwork. And inbound as well, the spike on site gets pinged by the recon dart, and you do have Gray to finish it off with Enlair on your crossfire. And look at that, the retake inbound here. You're going to set up for these post-plant lineups from the Snakebite. And I think Singularity know this as well, because it looks like they are chasing for the kills to close them out as fast as possible. Going in for the kills. Gray there. 1v2. As Zion is here, finds another head. Can you get the ace? Picks up the Spectre. 1v1 Enlair. He's going to have to hop on this Snakebite. And Zion now knows that he doesn't want to go for the defuse. And Enlair with the ice in their veins is going to take that one and give Singularity the 3rd round. But you said that it would hopefully be pretty clean from Singularity with those SMGs. Patchwork keeping it very, very close.
Very expensive round there, as the bonus typically is, but now it's going to be full buys up, and we're going to see those last couple kills here from Zine. Does get that kill, trade nicely, gets the 4th one with a very, very clean shot there. And one thing to note that Patchwork are doing is that they're getting the spike down and lining up these Molotovs perfectly, right? Like, that's the game plan. That's how they want to play these couple rounds here. And they get to that point, and then they're just like, okay, we just Molotov. But Singularity are not letting them just Molotov. They are hyper aggressive, W-keying around these corners, making sure that that Patchwork has to respond to something, and they're not, you know, the Molotovs don't last long enough. They don't last the whole length of the spike. So you are finding yourself with a bit of a gap. You need to be able to win these gunfights enough. You don't need to win them all the time, but win them enough that, you know, Singularity can't just full on challenge you every single time and ignore the Molotov.
Yeah, that first blood from Bisk was even bigger considering that's an operator too that you're going up against. So you're going to drop that op all the way back Fountain, and nobody on Patchwork's recovering it either. So they don't want to take that off fight against Bisk either. So that first blood, way more than you can ask for again from Bisc here, as he is holding another aggressive angle onto B long. You do see the stars here from Astra. Go smoke off to get up from these 3 players so that they can play aggressive off this site, but Star's not going to be there for long, and that's so much information. A double kill. Bisc hits the collateral, and the lineup is perfect for this Jet. All down to Zyda. The Astra alone in a 1v4. You're gonna walk on a site, and wow, perfect lineup on a Dima through the wall. Brilliant read here to get the spike down. So you're getting something from this round, and you're gonna Cosmic Divide it as well to maybe give yourself an exit strategy.
I like the idea, but it's a expensive round for Patchwork here.
You have to make this worth it. Look at this. Look at this feed. Shout out to the observers here. You can see both sides of the Cosmic Divide. Bisc, though, is going to close out with that 4th one. As soon as Zyda pushes aggressively through it, Singularity is ready. Plenty of time to set up for that round. And Singularity 4-0 off that. I want to see that collateral again. I don't know about you, Doctor.
Well, good news for you. Production has, in fact, whispered in our ears that we are going to get that. This shot, absolutely sick. Thank you, observers. That was so great to be able to see that nice little walk up with the Wolf coming around the corner, just getting obliterated. But, man, that 2K collateral, Bisc won the round. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Bisc won that round at that point. They got 3 kills, the first 3 of the round. Everything after that point, they could have died immediately, and as long as Singularity won the round, it was Bisc's reason for winning the round.
Bisc made sure that there was no round, Doctor.
Basically.
Except for, I mean, you can give props to Zyda for making it a little bit interesting at the end there. The Cosmic Divide was bold and possible, but it's just a lot to ask for from a 1v4 situation. And now, walking on the side, Monstrum, what an entry with that Sheriff, but completely cut down by Insider, who gets aggressive through Octagon. Now on site is the rest of Patchwork. They know that Insider's aggressive off that, and Monstrum a second one in that round. Lockdown's gonna confirm a plant onto the site, and the lineup from the Snakebite not gonna land, so that is gonna be the plant out for Patchwork, and they're setting up for the follow-through.
I actually hear the Blade Storm being pulled by Bisc as well, but these Sheriffs are just so powerful. Every single member of Patchwork is popping off, and they're making it happen. 4v1 now for Bisc. Even though it's Sheriffs, I don't think this is really possible. It is forced back, but man, what an ask.
Oh, if anybody can do it, it's Bisc, though. Bensky loses their head. Zine off-site with the lineup from the Snakebite, so I definitely don't think this is possible. It's only a matter of time, but what a round here. You're gonna get that operator back if you're Zyda. Patchwork, if there's any round that I would think that they would take it, it was not that round, and they take it.
Yeah, that's just the magic of the Sheriff. Sometimes they literally pull rabbits out of hats, and that was certainly a rabbit right there. They're able to get enough to come into this next round pretty bought up. You know, they do have that stolen operator as well, giving it over to Bensky, who is the main duelist right now. They're competing with Bisc for, you know, the top spot of duelists, but it doesn't show it on the scoreboard right now. Bisc, lights out, totally obliterating the competition, whereas, you know, Bensky has to catch up a little bit.
See, look at the setup from Patchwork. You haven't really put anything. I mean, yes, you pushed through Hookah for an entry on if you're Monstrum last round, but you haven't really gone toe-to-toe anymore on Fountain. Ever since Bisc has just been shutting you down there, so you look at this aggression from Team Singularity through Fountain, so much information gained, and that should eventually make number 5, the Sova for Team Singularity, rotate over to the A site. They have yet to do it. Just yes, they are paying it very patiently. This ultimate usage from Dima to slow this down even more.
I've got your
And that feels like a really good read, recognizing that there's multiple people here in showers, and it just shuts that area off. I mean, you have so hard to push through now. Bensky's gonna kill their teammate Lades with another frag, and Singularity just cleaning up the whatever's left.
Now, Bensky, I know you want to go toe-to-toe with Bisc, but team kills they're not favorable to you. That's not gonna help. Showstopper stops his own show.
That's unfortunate to say the least, and it's just spreading that gap between Singularity and Patchwork even further. And with that reset economically, you know, Patchwork are in really rough shape. They're still buying because they have to at this point. They're so deep in the hole that every round from here on out has to be a forced buy pretty much, because they need to win something. They just need rounds on the board, and you're not going to be doing that realistically from a save round. I would like to see them potentially do one full save, and I think this may have been the round to do it. If you full saved here just classics, then you head into that second round with both a single round loss bonus and a second round loss bonus, and you can fully equip yourselves from there. If you choose to get the operator, it's available, but they pretty much spent everything coming into this round, and we'll see if it's worth it.
Bensky's got the moves. This Jagger on site though loses out to Endlayer, who's ready for that peak. Patient as ever. Thing going for you though is 3 kills in the favor of Patchwork to enter back onto the site and get the spike on down. Shock Dart maybe will land on the Zyda, but too little too late. As the spike goes down, setting up for these post plants, 2 players in Singularity to get this retake. Gray's actually going for really aggressively to push through showers to get this information, shut down the lineups that you do get from the Vipers, and Insider working the other side of this. To push through lights here. 2 players inside Monstrum, 1 to the right, 1 to the left. Oh, it's the first one. Are you ready for the second? Zyda to the right, loses their head to Insider, and Gray should be cleaning up on this last player. Is Leo, the Sky, right in the back here, and that is going to be the round to Singularity. Does he have time, actually?
Yeah, it should be fine.
He does not.
Does not.
So Patchwork, they come out with it nonetheless. 5-2. Very expensive win for themselves, though.
Yeah, I was just saying they should have saved that round, and they immediately came out and proved me wrong. They get the victory, and this play from Insider, it's insane. How do you hit everything at this point, right? Just tap-a-roo, you go on, you do trade out in the end, but it's still worth it. You get the round win, you're back on the board, you've reset the win bonus of Singularity. Doesn't really matter because they've had such a bankroll up to now, but it could matter if you win this round.
Just the thing to kind of watch for, though, is the time that you're taking for these retakes. I mean, Gray had the right idea to make the full rotation, just took way too long to do so. And now the setups here from Singularity had the stars aligned, but Monstrum waiting for it to drop. Insider are going to lose their life, and Gray might be the next one up. 1 health out of that skirmish. To peek onto the last two, he has to get out and avoid those paint cans. Opposite side of the map, evened up. Fisk finds Leo.
Standing ahead.
And it's interesting that Patchwork decide that seeing Sova makes them rotate, knowing that Bisk is on the other side, because Bisk could very easily just 1v5 them at this point. Again, instantly cast a curse. Sorry, folks. But, man, Patchwork, they may be doing it. They might be making it happen.
Looking to bring this back as close as possible, and I mean, you definitely can take the lead. It's not on 6 yet if you're Singularity. So no, gonna get this retake started. Brilliant Killjoy usage of your nano swarms to take down Gray on that 1 HP situation. Monstrum for a third as well through the wall. Dima walks in to make it a 1-on-1 now. Viper v Viper. You know the lineup's gonna come out. Stops the defuse at half. That forces Dima to get off this angle, push aggressive, but there's nothing in my mind that's gonna force him off this. You got the snake bite, the toxic orb, and as soon as you hop off this, you're gonna be able to check for the defuse. He's gonna stick it. He's going for it. Does he have enough health? He does. He's gonna take the win on the clutch defuse. Gives Singularity a 6th round, and Zion was just a little bit too late for the peak there.
And that's kind of what I was talking about way earlier, in that the Molotovs with the Viper changes aren't as scary as they used to be, even with the Poison Orb available. It just, you can go for it. You had a lot of HP. You didn't really need to be so scared of it, and that's exactly what Dima did. They play Viper. They know the changes. They know what you can tank and what you can take, and they weighed the benefits, and they found it weighing in their side. They stick it, The halfway point was actually really crucial because the orb came up and they still kind of got it to halfway at the least, and they didn't really fear that immediate snake bite. But look at Bisk, once again, just ending a round before it began.
Another double kill to start it off. In this round, looking for the 7th and pushing actually through hookah as well. The dog being a little bit patient, providing the aggression for Gray, and the follow-up's perfect from the Silva. They just gotta withstand the rest of this, and they're gonna have 7 on it. Zion lines up for Insider and Bisk, and that's gonna be another round to Singularity, all to the guns of Singularity themselves. So 7-2 we are.
So we're a little bit past the halfway point of the first half now, Colin, and I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Patchwork. And the reason being is not so much the round score, because that can very easily swap once the teams go through the half point, but Bisk and Insider are just on another level. And I mean, Insider, yeah, you only see them with 6 frags, but the frags they do have been so impactful and so meaningful to the game that you can't really argue with the production and the value that they're bringing to the table.
Something you gotta be worried about though is if you're Patchwork, I mean 5 to 7 isn't that bad of a half, but you have to get there first. So losing a lot into this round to just get themselves on site. Dima holding off with that crossfire from elbow. And yet Patchwork has not even walked into this. A lot of decay for Bensky. Dima gonna come out on top with 2 from the initial set of scrimmages. The spike drops from this side of Patchwork, gonna be forcing Gray into a situation to back off this corner. But the recon dart should give him the information that he needs to. He knows Monstrum's getting aggressive. He's going to pull out his rifle ready for it, but it's going to force this player back into his team. 3v4 for the retake. Spike gets planted. You need Bensi to go huge here, but Bisk has found his way into the back line. Showstopper as well. Is he going to find it? Actually, I think it got blocked by one of the ultis from Insider. So brilliant from the sky. Not really meant to do it, but you're going to take it anyways. And Bisk follows up with this flank to take hold of this site. All up to Zion here. Does find Insider. Gray as well, but that is going to be Patchwork not finding their round. Singularity taking it 8-2 here.
The jellyfish coming out from Insider there. Apparently too strong. Just an absolute brick wall that the Showstopper couldn't penetrate. That was really tragic because it was on the right angle. Everything was looking good there. Had those not eaten the missile, would have been a little bit different because Insider would have been able to push. Bisk probably still gets the kill in that situation, but it does eat up that much time. It means that it's that 2v1 take at the end, not the 3v1 that Gray was able to close out. So tough luck there on the side of Patchwork. 8-2 now, and it's another eco round here from Patchwork.
Need that back. Taking that back.
But it's I don't know. This could be it, right? The last time they had a Hall Sheriff's round, they made the magic happen. They won it, and so this time could do the same. They're already onto the site. Snakebite is doing quite a bit of work here to delay the plant. Dima getting a little bit aggressive. He gets planted right back down for it.
It doesn't delay the plant at all. But Enley is still coming out with 2. There's the post plant a little bit weak for the side, and Enley keeping their front foot forward on this. He's gonna scavenge a Vandal if Zaina, but Bisk with the heavy aggression on the Blade Storm. He's gonna find them as a victim. Now Zion has to get off this, knows the hunt is coming for them. And Enley on 3 health is still gonna find their 4th as well. Zion drops, and that is 9-2 here. Patchwork getting steamrolled by Team Singularity. They're on strength to finish the half with double digits.
Last round in the half.
This is just an absolute ramshackle. Like, to go from the last map, Colin, where it was 13-11 Razor's Edge, to now this, it's tough because it's just tough, right? Like, poor Patchwork, they're just not on the right end of a lot of these trades. They've spent a lot of the half down economically. They haven't really had that opportunity to, build up a bankroll and stay competitive, whereas Singularity, even in their lowest of times, at least had a very full buy to back up with.
Look at the attackers here, Doctor. You see them just in disarray. They don't know where to go for. They're just kind of stuck in the middle of the map, just not taking any map control. Not even showers from Leo anymore. Is in the starting of this game is non-stop controlling showers. And then Bensky was holding that for so long. He just walks out there and takes the first blood. He's literally owning Belong.
Bisk is just an animal. Just I don't know how else to say it, Colin. They're too good. Every weapon you put in their hands turns out massive results, and there's nobody at this point that can really challenge them on the map. Dima also picking up Monstrum, and with the spike on A, it's just we may see an early rotation, especially with the Viper's Pit already popped and covering most of the entrances there on the B site. There's no reason for Gray to be over there. Gets the rotation. Poison Wall comes up here from Patchwork. Let's see if they can actually get the spike down.
Leo. Big kill on Sit.
30 seconds left.
Zyda entry and exactly what you need from this Ash. Just still comes out with a life 5 health. Gray not gonna finish him off. Gonna set up for this plant right inside of your own smoke. Patchwork making this happen here. 3v2. Perfect timing for Zyda to swing wide onto Gray.
You want to fight it?
And the Cosmic Wall as well to break the site wide open. They know Dima is stunned. There's just the Viper drops that snake bite down to split the two, and Leo walks on to finish that round. Big round from Patchwork just to keep Singularity away from double digits. Now, I don't know about you, Doctor, but this pistol round, this start of this defense is everything from Patchwork. It's must win here.
Yeah, Patchwork has to win this, especially if the first half is anything to go by. You know, we saw Singularity win the pistol. We saw the over buy-in from Patchwork on round 2. It meant the save round on round 3, and it meant the rifle round on round 4. So if this second half follows the same trend, then we're already on 12 before Patchwork gets a full rifle round. And with the way Singularity is shooting right now, I don't think you want to wait that long, because then you have to win 9 rounds in a row if you're Patchwork. And that's just to bring it to overtime. That isn't even a win.
This is going to be tough. Patchwork.
Poison orb emitting.
Looking to bring this one back here on this defense. Zion putting a lot out just to stall this attack, but still Bisk on site here. Are you going to swing into the smoke? I know he wants to, but it's going to be tough. The flash lands on the Zion. That's going to give Bisk the go-ahead for another first blood. And that's the site to Singularity here as they can set up for this plant. Bensky left wide in the open between a rock and plenty of hard places. Bisk gonna find a 3K now with that ghost. And Shorty Day here with Monstrum, 2 for himself off that. Bisk set up for an ace in the pistol round. I know he wants it.
Got 3. One enemy.
But an ace setting up for both sides. Monstrum, can he do it for himself? Now tries to get the flick, but Enlir shuts it down. Patchwork and Singularity. Blood day here. Bloodthirsty for each team.
Oh no. It's just so, oh man, the Bisk 4K was sick in its own right, but then to see Monstrum pop off as well and be right there, an inch away, a pixel away from an ace of their own, really shows you just how this game has gone, right? Like pixels, sometimes the difference between these two teams. And, you know, one thing to note is Bensky, the duelist side on Patchwork, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard there, is a huge problem for Patchwork in general, because when you have that duelist, even if it's Raze, who's so ability-based, you still need to be able to frag and get these kills, and that's where, you know, Bisk is showing the difference in the character archetypes. Like, Bisk got Goomba stomped by Bensky and still got the frag last time.
Bisk just looks like a kid at a playground sometimes. He's owning this game. The Viper will split this site, but still not looking like it's gonna shut down the take as well. Demo gonna run right through it and find 2. It's free plant right now for Team Singularity. The retake gonna come on board. Monstrum with himself the classic for a double kill. That's just about it as Singularity on 11 now. They are steamrolling through this whole their opposition. They want that semifinal spot.
Yeah, Monstrum once again showing up huge, bringing themselves to the top of the leaderboard here. Again, it just even with a good showing from Munstrom there, the round still didn't break their way. So now we're coming into this third round of the half. It's 11-3, full buy on the side of Team Singularity. Bit of a
Don't give them ground.
awkward buy from Patchwork. They do have some rifles, they do have some SMGs, and so this is literally do or die. If they lose this round, they're in shambles, and it's 12-3. If they win this round, they can at least start building up a bankroll and trying to bring something to the table in that regard. But they have to do it here. They have to win a round. They need to win it convincingly.
Knockout from Leo, trading flashes right now for either side. The Wolf gonna try to stun them out. Exactly what they do to keep them alive for a little moment. But Insider swings in for a double kill, and the healing as well to top off their team.
I got the spike.
And Gray coming in once again, picking up frags there on the A site, opens up the entirety of it, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a spike plant in a 3v2 situation. They have the Viper's Pit even. Do they just rip the Viper's Pit here and just say heck it and go from there? They may even save it for next round because Dima doesn't even need it. They just get the shot.
As he's dead for rights in that situation. You know the teleport came out. Zaida, though, trying to do their best. Does take down Dima. Gray on the trade. Perfect timing for his teammate to back him up. Match point for Team Singularity. 12-3. Singularity has not slowed down. And you're saying sometimes just pixels separating these teams, but I just don't think that the consistency is there for Patchwork. I mean, you say sometimes, but it's very, very minimum to keep up with the Singularity team.
Yeah, and I think that this round here,
Toxins going
we do
up.
see some buys on the side of Singularity, obviously, and what are you gonna do? They hit their shots and they win the round after it. So already Bensky falls. Zine gonna be able to pick up a nice frag back on the Dima though, and I'm curious where Singularity decide to go. They don't even have the spike. They're trying to, play with their options here, see where they can get the most picks of. Going 1-for-1 on the A side, you can see a little bit of hesitation, but they pick up the spike and start walking their way back. But that's where everybody's rotated. There's 3 members from Patchwork here.
Best case scenario right now for Patchwork is it's a 3-1 split for your team, so you really want to take the majority on the 3 players. The Recon Bolt is going to land on Leo. Knockout to slow it down, but this suck. I don't think it made it through quite a bit. Insider to lead himself into the side with a flash of their own. There's stumbling in here, Singularity. So make the right move to back out. The Judge to follow Zaida. Trying to come out with 2, almost, but like you say, tons of damage. The unfortunate part is your Killjoy has been taken out by Bisq, so that's site control to Singularity. And Bisq even dropping a smoke to just make sure Patchwork can't follow through with this. It's a must-win round from Patchwork here on out, but very tough situation to be in. The post plants are going to be there for Team Singularity.
You have to go for it. It's tournament point for you. If you lose here, you're knocked out.
Nowhere to
They're
run.
gonna land it. Hunter's Fury, though, lined up for it. Takes him off. They got it to half. It's the silver lining for your team, but that is not what you need right there. Gray goes down. Zion's gonna hop it, but Edler puts the nail in the coffin. That's gonna be Team Singularity running on through to the semifinals. Rolling through to the semifinals at the speed of sound. Doctor, this team looks absolutely crazy coming off challengers.
Man, you can't compete. They're just on another level in that map. And, obviously Bisq was just an animal coming out so strong, making every single play work to their matter. And I mean, even Gray at the final in there with that Hunter's Fury, like the first pass hits both members, tags them up, brings one of them down to 20 HP, knocks them off of the spike defusal, and then they're just like, you know what? I know where they are. I'm just going to shoot them again. And they do it. Kills the only member at high HP, and just the 20 HP left there on to Zin just wasn't enough.
Today has been quite the day for competition. The 15 Kings Invitational has been riddled with some star players, and Team Singularity really looking like the favors to come out with it in the semifinals. We are going to see what can happen. But I mean, Patchwork, they are going to go home after that not moving on in this as it is single elimination. And tomorrow these teams are going to be right back at it in there. I mean, it is going to be 3 p.m. BST and 4 p.m. CEST as there. If you are going to be looking at it from the NA side of it, I'm sure just like the rest of us, you're going to be looking at a 9 a.m. start. I'm pretty sure. It is going to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for it. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's when we are starting. I think that's when we are starting. I don't know if that's
they don't teach us time zones here in America, so no. I don't have any clue.
I'm trying to do quick maths in my mind, but that's why casters really never do the quick maths for it. But anyways, if you follow us at GL Gaming Lounges, you're going to see the streams for it. In fact, as well as the 15 Kings. If you follow them on Twitter, you're going to get all the information you need for the times online. And I mean, 15 Kings, big shout out to them all. If you don't know who 15 Kings are, I mean, like they're I guess like an up-and-coming organization. If you don't, I mean, they got big things coming in the pipeline. They got 10 gaming chair giveaway. If you do look into that, you tune into their Discord and follow them on Twitter. You can check out that giveaway as well, as they just partnered with ClickUp, a cloud-based project management tool. A great tool for any business and a great collaboration for 15 Kings. It's exciting. The 15 Kings are doing these events because they want to give back to the community, and they're the only ones, I guess they're the ones who are helping us grow, and we're helping them grow as well with this production. I love what's going on here. EU competition for Valorant has looked so good, Doctor, and even today everything looks solid.
Yeah, I mean, after the two maps that we saw here in the playoffs, with both teams moving forward in different fashions, right? A 13-11 and a 13-3, like those are basically opposite ends of the spectrum. And tomorrow, we may even get to see them collide, the two teams. And I'm curious to see what comes out ahead, because from experience, the team that 13 odds somebody isn't always necessarily in the best shape moving into the next round, but both teams, they know who they're playing tomorrow. They get to rest up tonight, plan out some more game plans, and come in strong and ready for the grand final potential matchup.
Exactly at that. Before today, for your Saturday matches, we are going to be over. Tune in tomorrow for the semifinals and the grand final starting at 3 p.m. BST, 4 p.m. CEST. Be there or be square for now. I just want to give a big shout out to our producer behind the scenes, Vermilion Rose, our observers, Sir Safo and Benolo, and then Ben as well for TOing in the background. Everybody that makes this happen, big thank you to 15 Kings and GLG for putting this together. So hope to see you all tomorrow and have a great night.
Peace.
I just wanna go reach the peak, so I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah, you won't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man, I make it with the rap and I just follow.